when the financial roller coaster leaves you nauseous.
Putin's ally proposes Venezuela nuclear cable missile, then calls it deterrence. When your diplomatic toolkit includes missiles, it's less about deterrence and more about playing chicken on a global scale.
Summer night promises smiles but delivers mosquitoes. Nothing like the buzzing reminder that nature's free entertainment comes with a blood-sucking price tag just in time for your moment of zen.
It's like insisting you're on Michelin's desk.
EU seeks strategic autonomy amidst Sino-American rivalry, calls it independence. Like a middle child in a family feud, the EU wants its own room but keeps borrowing clothes from both siblings. Independence is challenging when you're still sharing the laundry.
Dick Cheney defends legacy after chaos, calls it stability. When your biggest claim to fame is being the puppet master behind a disastrous war, maybe it's time to reconsider what success really means. Hindsight's 2020, but accountability is still legally blind.
Dealmakers ink $80 billion in a day, then call it economic growth. When the rich play monopoly with real companies, the rest of us get to watch our jobs, paychecks, and dreams get auctioned off like board game properties.
Kimberly-Clark buys Kenvue for $40 billion, calls it synergy. When a toilet paper company swallows a painkiller maker, you know the corporate world's idea of synergy involves wiping away competition and headaches in one go.
UN calls Doha Declaration a booster shot for development amid chaos. Promising to end social injustice with a document is like using a Band-Aid for a broken leg. It looks good on paper, but reality's a different beast.
OPEC plans to pause output hikes in 2026, oil prices rise again, pausing production hikes while prices soars, like watching a fire burn and deciding to ration water next year.
Canadian pop artist Mascot drops P Days EP after 3-year silence. Rebranding with a 5-track EP full of bops is like serving dessert first, sweet and lively but leaves you wondering where the substance is.
Trump 79 reverses Supreme Court stance, then blames media spin. When a flip-flop happens at his age, it's less about flexibility and more about trying to stay relevant in a game he's losing.
Kids raised on early computer games reflect on their influence from middle age. As pixels replace playgrounds, nostalgia becomes a currency traded by those who once thought they'd never grow up.
Saudi Agricultural and Livestock Investment Cubby seeks full control of Olam unit, contradicting diversification claims. When state-owned giants swallow entire sectors, it's less about feeding the world and more about feeding their own endless appetites.
Pakistan's army chief gains powers with new amendment, sparking fears of complete demolition of civilian control. When generals play politicians, democracy becomes the chessboard, and the pawns are always the people who believed in their vote's power.
Corporate America slashes jobs, ending the era of loyalty as layoffs hit Amazon, UPS, Target, and Meta. In the gig economy, loyalty's a relic, replaced by disposable workers and quarterly profits, while CEOs earn bonuses for their cost-cutting courage.
Tech stocks gasped for air as weak forecasts from AMD and Supermicro dampened market spirits. Wall Street's roller coaster pauses, but investors still cling to the fantasy that tech giants will float them to prosperity without a single hiccup.
Israel detains 360 Palestinian children without charge in the occupied West Bank. The so-called justice system flexes its muscles against the defenseless, proving once again that power thrives on fear and the innocence of youth is a mere inconvenience.
Ukrainian drone ignites Russian oil tanker in Black Sea port.
Celebrities flaunt marathon medals, ignore grueling training. When running becomes the new red carpet, the real endurance test is keeping up with the illusion that fame comes sweat-free and blisterless.
Agriculture Secretary blasts Essen's funding as corrupt, then requests more cash. When the fox guards the henhouse, expect a lot of feathers and very few eggs. Transparency isn't on the menu.
Scientists unveil new microscopy revealing invisible ocean life, yet funding stinks. In the grand theater of life, plankton are the unsung heroes, but it seems the spotlight's reserved for more profitable performances.
When accountability knocks, it seems some would rather double bolt the door than let justice take a peek inside.
Majority blames Trump for poor economy and approval dips further. When the golden escalator descends into economic quicksand, blame becomes the only currency that never seems to lose value.
Supreme Court justices hint skepticism over Trump's tariffs, questioning their legality, when even the robed guardians of the Constitution raise an eyebrow. You know the emperor's new clothes might just be a tariff.
Decades of diplomatic gymnastics, and yet the sand keeps shifting beneath the feet of those who claim to have the solution.
Chrome extensions promise perfection, but only clutter your browser with their endless notifications. In the quest for streamlined browsing, we drown in a sea of pop-ups, each claiming to enhance our experience while quietly siphoning away our attention.
Federal Reserve prioritizes Basel III plans, but insists on broader CITL rule integration. In the intricate dance of financial regulations, we juggle priorities like flaming batons, hoping not to set the economy ablaze with mismatched policies.
Starbucks sells majority China stake for $4 billion. Claims commitment to growth. When you offload control for billions, it's less about long-term growth and more about counting beans in a different currency.
When even a basketball powerhouse suggests you sit it out,
T. Higgins executes improbable contested catch, scores touchdown. When gravity takes a knee and physics fumbles. Even the laws of nature need a timeout to catch their breath.
Another day, another broadcast promising clarity in a region where the only constant is the mirage of stability.
VVNNG LX drops Forever Young claims it's fire. Another album, another promise of eternal youth, while the industry ages faster than the average listener's playlist.
ExxonMobil sues to dodge accountability, again flexing corporate muscles. When you're the world's largest publicly traded oil giant, it seems easier to litigate than to innovate, proving greed's inertia is stronger than climate change urgency.
Bob Marley exposes Babylon's system and the struggle continues. The Reggae Prophet's message resonates louder than ever as systemic inequality remains a timeless tune played on repeat by those in power.
Argentina touts economic success, but poverty hits 30%. Xavier Milei's reforms promise prosperity, yet the reality is more people struggling to make ends meet, while the elite cash in on the so-called success.
Ray-Ban Meta Gen 2 launches at $379, fixes nothing. The glasses boast fancy features, but bring dystopian vibes as privacy erodes beneath the guise of cool tech and convenience.
Colts fumble away victory against Steelers, then blame bad luck. It's almost like turnovers are a strategy now, with teams perfecting the art of self-sabotage while fans pay to watch the chaos.
Khmer rock revival hits YouTube, then nostalgia takes over. Groovy tunes echo through time, reminding us that yesterday's beats can still outshine today's manufactured pop, even if we have to dig through digital archives to find them.
Jazz rap fusion resurfaces on YouTube. Then, nostalgia floods in, a track that flips the script, reminding us that once upon a time, jazz wasn't just for pretentious cafes, but truly something you could groove to.
Bamboo tissue claims eco-friendly status, then contradicts itself. Turns out, saving the planet might not be as simple as wiping with imported bamboo. Sometimes it's just greenwashing with extra steps.
M&S boss blames Reeves for panic. Profits dive to $184 million. Blame shifting is a classic retail move. When profits drop, point fingers at speeches and hope customers forget the price tags.
House members unveil bipartisan principles to extend Obamacare subsidies, claiming unity.
Judge orders Trump administration to deliver food aid benefits within days, a ticking clock. When justice has to nudge compassion into action, you know humanity's running on fumes and legal intervention.
Unfeatured Films promises to revive archival photos with AI, claiming nostalgia sells. When the past collides with artificial enchantment, who profits, our memories or the ones who price tag history's ghosts?
When money becomes cheaper than water, who wins, the consumer or the banks that charge you to save?
Pakistan accuses India of puppeteering Taliban, claims Delhi stages Kabul's show.
Cheryl wins New Jersey governor's race, then promises bipartisan harmony. In politics, promises of harmony often sound like a choir where everyone insists on singing solo,
leaving voters to hum along in dissonance.
Wall Street drops spear of hot Komi-sama in overture to Mandani. When the financial titans start cozying up to the socialist mayor, you know they're less afraid of revolution and more concerned about missing the next bull market.
Billionaires fail to stop Zoran Mamdani, spend millions, achieve nothing. When your billions can't buy democracy, maybe it's time to reflect on the irony of capitalism funding its own opposition, one failed dollar at a time.
Sony sees stock boost as Wolf's tariff worries ease, subpoena bullish again. Funny how tariffs turn analysts into fortune tellers, predicting doom one day and prosperity the next, as if economic policy were just a weather forecast.
Ninja Sex Party covers Hey Jude, rocks it with a ballad twist, leaving fans in awe. It's always a trip when iconic songs get a comedic makeover, blending nostalgia with irreverence like adding hot sauce to grandma's apple pie recipe.
September Jones releases unsupervised. In a world where players are the new love letter,
Chicago police claim transparency after Laquan McDonald but still hide behind missing footage. In the age of smartphones, it seems convenient memory loss is the only thing more common than videos of questionable police conduct.
Gavin Newsom urges blue states to emulate California's policies, ignoring their unique challenges. Following California's lead is like following a GPS that insists on taking the scenic route through every traffic jam and wildfire.
Senators claim shutdown solution is near, just more talks and no action. Promises of resolutions are like mirages in the desert. They vanish the moment you reach out to touch them.
Canada and Philippines ink defense deal. Beijing remains unimpressed.
Lily Allen stunned in revenge dress post-divorce, tabloids feast.
Starwer appoints Mandelson despite Epstein ties, civil servants claim. In politics, it's not about who you know, but how well you can pretend you didn't read the headlines before shaking hands.
Pinkfong's IPO hooks $53 million, Baby Shark cashes in. When your earworm becomes a cash cow, it's clear the real predators are in boardrooms, not the ocean.
Scientists claim new nutrient supercharges cells. Energy crisis still looms. If only we could bottle this discovery and sell it to the grid. Maybe then we'd solve more than just our waistline.
Ballroom foot scandal erupts. Mainstream media yawns. The first cat videos.
Fifth Sino releases orchestral piece. When a warrior comes home, no one listens. In a world where epic symphonies get drowned out by auto-tuned pop, maybe it's time we recalibrate our ears and our hearts to hear the real stories.
Anakin's backers sold $1.1 billion stake in Carvizer. Call it strategic. And you can sell your chunk of metal boxes on wheels for over $1 billion. Strategic might just be code for cash out before the bubble bursts.
China seeks to buy U.S. wheat after truce, claims it's necessary. When former frenemies start shopping in your pantry, it might be time to question if the peace is built on flour or just plain fluff.
Yum! Brands considers offloading Pizza Hut, calls it strategic. When your pizza's been sitting cold for a decade, maybe it's time to admit it's not delivery or DiGiorno, just denial.
Hedge fund hopefuls accept multi-strat pact, embrace contradiction in the financial jungle.
In a world that often diminishes female talent, 2 A-listers, and a Tony winner bet on a pig to steal the spotlight.
Gary Newman releases Is This World Not Enough? Questions Reality's Limits. In a world where synth pop echoes the existential dread of modern life, Newman's track asks if our dystopian cravings are finally satisfied or just insatiably hungry.
IBM Model M keyboard turns 40, still inspires imitators. Celebrating 4 decades of tactile supremacy, the Model M's clicky-clack remains the gold standard, proving once again that quality can outlive planned obsolescence and corporate greed.
BP plans further cost cuts after profits drop to $2.2 billion. In a world where billions are still not enough, BP trims the fat, proving that corporate belts tighten only when the bottom line isn't bursting.
Zoran Mamdani wins, celebrates from his favorite biryani joint, Kebab King. In a city where power dines in penthouses, Mamdani opts for spicy, street-level politics, proving that true leadership might just come with a side of naan.
Lymphoid gene expression claims to boost microglia's neuroprotective role in Alzheimer's. In a world where genes play chess with brains, microglia might be the pawns we need or the knights we fear, depending on the next move.
Councillors in Palilula blast Diana Heshker's song during ecological protests seeking attention. When politics mixes with a soundtrack, the question is whether the tune changes the world or just the volume on dissent.
Study finds boys embracing manly traits more prone to violence, yet they're the minority. Turns out, toxic masculinity might just be a loud, insecure echo rather than the dominant chorus boys are singing.
UK teenager Bella May Cully freed from Georgian jail after May arrest over drug charges. The plea deal saves her from the foreign cells, but nothing saves her from the media circus, eager to pounce on scandal.
National Guard deployed to Memphis, locals call it a relief despite concerns, swapping fear of crime for fear of military presence. It's the kind of trade-off that keeps the cycle of anxiety spinning indefinitely.
U.S. plans troop flexibility in South Korea, promising increased defense spending. When your allies' solution to peace is more soldiers and bigger budgets, you start wondering if the word ally is just a polite way to say occupant.
Emma Senator, caught snooping around Democrats' cars, claims it was research. When your political strategy involves parking lot espionage, it might be time to reconsider whether you're serving the people or just serving yourself a side of paranoia.
Ovintiv buys NuVista Energy for $2.7 billion, calls it a strategic move. It's amazing how strategic often translates to we're buying up competition like it's a weekend flea market spree, all while the planet smolders.
Farage claims Brexit opportunities squandered, now wants more rich people in the UK. Ah yes, the classic let's invite the wealthy to fix what we broke strategy, because nothing says economic recovery like a yacht parade on the Thames.
Censorship gets a shiny new outfit, but underneath it's the same old authoritarian straitjacket, squeezing freedom tighter and calling it protection.
Priority.
Justice parades through the courtroom, but the real villains are the policies that push people into the hands of smugglers in the first place.
Veterans win significant victories, sending a powerful message in Tuesday's elections, defying expectations. The ballot box becomes their battlefield. Proving democracy's true might lies in the hands of those who fought for it, not those who merely talk about it.
Franklin Templeton CEO predicts volatility, then markets shrug. When CEOs foresee chaos, remember, their portfolios are already hedged while the rest of us brace for the financial roller coaster without seatbelts.
Costco reports $21 billion sales gain, then stock drops. When success results in a stock tumble, it's a reminder that Wall Street values speculation over reality, proving profits aren't the only game in town.
Nancy Pelosi publishes America is Great. When America is good, then critics roll eyes. When a politician pens a book on morality, it's like a fox writing about henhouse security, rich with irony and devoid of practical solutions.
After Kobe Bryant's Dear Basketball, celebrities wax poetic then miss the mark. When stars try poetry, it's like watching toddlers perform Shakespeare, cute, misguided, and proof that talent in one field doesn't translate to another.
Pop songwriters promise eternal love, then rhyme fall with hall. Cliches and predictable rhymes are like fast food, quick, unsatisfying, and they leave you craving something with actual substance.
Tourists flood Paris for selfies, then scroll past history. The city of lights becomes a backdrop for social media where landmarks are props and the art of living is reduced to a filtered snapshot.
The golden age of American factories relied on unique post-war conditions. Now, Global competition and automation rewrite the rules while we cling to faded blueprints.
US plans Homeland Security offices in Ecuador, then claims it's about safety. When domestic surveillance isn't enough, exporting security theater becomes the new frontier. Because why stop at borders when you can redefine them entirely?
Government shutdown threatens to close US airspace next week, causing mass chaos. When your flight is grounded, remember it's not the lack of planes that's to blame. It's Congress's knack for flying us into a bureaucratic nosedive.
PlayStation forces Microsoft to surrender Xbox exclusives, then crushes Xbox Cloud Gaming with over 1,000 titles. When giants battle over digital clouds, remember, the real storm is in our wallets, where the only exclusive is your dwindling bank balance.
Gold slumps as dollar rises, then traders mull Fed's next move. When currency climbs and gold tumbles, it's just another day of juggling shiny rocks and inflated paper, hoping one doesn't crash your retirement dreams.
Daily Beast publishes Paulina Rodriguez's profile, then forgets alt text. In the race to fill space with faces, accessibility gets lost in translation. Pixels triumph while inclusivity languishes, like a forgotten footnote in digital history.
SN Benefits restarted half payment, defying court order. Food banks become the unsung heroes, patching holes in a system that promises aid with one hand while slashing it with the other, leaving the needy to juggle broken promises.
Hotel pianist plays Hungarian Rhapsody, ignores Oktoberfest chaos. In Munich, the real performance is watching tourists stumble through the streets, fueled by beer and bravado, while the pianist calm defies the drunken symphony outside.
New Yorkers elect Mandani, misspellings flood headlines. When democracy hinges on correct spelling, it's a miracle any ballots get counted. Let's hope they remember how to spell accountability next.
Wolfgang Van Halen dodges Roth's insult, refuses to name him. In the rock world, silence is louder than a screaming guitar solo. It seems Roth's words are hitting the mute button on relevance.
Sudan's jiu-jitsu team travels 3 countries without funding, competes anyway. When passion is your travel currency, borders blur and obstacles shrink, dreams punch through poverty's chokehold with the strength of 1,000 submissions.
August Hirv's piano piece, Adelheid, hits the internet. No one knows the composer. When a majestic virus of anonymity strikes, the music world gets infected with intrigue. Fame's fickle spotlight often misses the true artist's genius.
Turns out the answer is...
Sublime Baga drops a 60-minute dark cyberpunk mix, promises an escape. In a world where reality is often darker than fiction, electronic beats offer a temporary refuge, an irony not lost on those trapped in the digital grind.
Google misreveals Roman roads double previous estimates, calls it discovery. In a time when ancient empires relied on stone and sweat, today's tech giants pave their paths with algorithms and ad dollars, connecting past grandeur to present greed.
ACCOT DC extends tour into 2026, promises electrifying longevity.
SoundCloud disables JavaScript, expects music fans to adapt. In the grand tradition of tech hurdles, the remix becomes a silent film, where your love is my drug, but your browser is my nemesis.
Investors cheer a speculative corners tumble, defying logic. When your portfolio's a roller coaster, sometimes the thrill is in the plummet. Who needs stability when you've got a front row seat to financial chaos?
Small Saudi companies test IPO market, then face valuation scrutiny. When the IPO hype fades, reality bites. Turns out, the market's not as dazzled by fairy tale valuations as the storytellers hoped.
California's Proposition 50 passes, then deflates Trump's ambitions. Redistricting's a game of musical chairs, and it looks like California just cranked up the volume to drown out the Texas two-step.
ITV shares climb after sale talks with Sky optimism soars. It's amazing how the prospect of a merger can turn reality TV into a high-stakes drama without a single rose ceremony.
Trump hosts Central Asian leaders, hints at targeting Russia and China. When the art of the deal involves Central Asia, you know the geopolitical chessboard's missing some pieces, and the checkmate comes with a side of chaos.
Nawat Itzara Grasil's streams apology on TikTok after Miss Universe contenders ditch sashing event. When beauty queens walk out and you turn to TikTok for damage control, it's like putting a band-aid on a broken crown and hoping the glitter distracts everyone.
Flee buys into Google's Gemini, plans next-gen Siri on private servers. When your in-house tech can't keep up, just slap a white label on someone else's genius and call it innovation. Because who needs originality when there's a cloud to hide behind?
DHS slashes local cyber support. U.S. elections face security test. It's like pulling the goalie in the final minutes of a tied game. Just hope the other team doesn't notice the wide open net and your complete lack of defense.
Peace or Freedom Act passes. Critics say it undermines kids' online safety. The irony of calling it freedom while shackling parents with the fear of digital predators is almost poetic if it weren't so painfully negligent.
Buddy Guy brought his Strat to England in 1965, surprised Beck and Page with blues. Turns out, the British invasion needed a lesson in authenticity from a true master, proving once again that the roots run deeper than the hype.
Maine voters passed red flag gun law after mass shooting kills 18, a tragic catalyst for change, highlighting how loss often becomes the harsh teacher that finally forces a community to prioritize lives over ideology.
Mole claims non-Russian oil shift before Orban-Trump meeting.
Judge rules Huckabee Sanders can't control state prisons, blocking power grabs. Looks like someone forgot that democracy isn't a buffet where you can just pick and choose which powers you want to pile onto your plate.
Russian drone kills white flag-waving civilians, and dog, Ukraine investigates war crimes. In the theater of war, even the symbols of peace are targets, proving once again that inhumanity knows no boundaries or exceptions.
Hungarian oil firm MOL claims it can drop Russian crude, citing alternatives before high-stakes meeting.
Netflix unveils true crime doc on mother's mysterious disappearance, promising to unravel the enigma. When family drama hits the high seas, it's less about finding Nemo and more about finding the truth amidst waves of deceit.
Researchers claim cropland abandonment in China from 1992 to 2022 reveals progress. When fields go fallow and mouths go hungry, it's less about innovative land use and more about cultivating a harvest of unintended consequences.
John Lewis ad revives 90s club classic, then sells nostalgia for the price of a vinyl. Because nothing screams Christmas spirit like reminding middle-aged dads of their misspent youth while they buy overpriced gifts to forget it. ARM forecasts revenue surge, credits AI demand, then calls it innovation. Apparently, the secret to future tech isn't in the chips, but in the bullish optimism that they'll eventually do something more than just fry our brains.
In this episode of
After 2 years of crafting tunes, Busteads finally unleashes their sonic baby into the world, proving patience can indeed be a virtue, unless you're waiting for a bus in Toronto.
U.S. airlines cancel hundreds of flights, call it necessary due to government shutdown. As the shutdown drags on, airlines suggest passengers try teleportation instead, but only if they can afford first-class quantum physics.
It's like fighting fire with fire.
Hookah, Maker Air plans U.S. listing, but it's all smoke and mirrors. Going public with a product that's literally all about exhaling hot air seems like the perfect metaphor for Wall Street these days.
Only 20% of gamers appreciate classical music, and Rockstar calls it a cultural achievement. When your high-speed chase is scored by a string quartet, you know society's finally hit peak irony, stealing cars with a side of Bach.
Novo Nordisk's Vegovy pill claims 16.6% weight loss, promises effortless transformation. Swallow a pill, shed your guilt, and a few pounds too. When will they release the version that fixes societal pressure rather than our waistlines?
Singtel shares soar to 32-year high, fueled by data center dreams. Who knew that stacking servers could stack cash? Maybe next they'll monetize the cloud, and I don't mean the one in the sky.
U.S. researchers discover 6 million-year-old Antarctic ice, then claim it rewrites Earth's climate story. Maybe next, they'll find a glacier that explains why politicians still think ignoring climate change is a viable strategy.
Sinclair offered Erica Kirk a deal to promote Jimmy Kimmel's latest gimmick, but she hit back with a scathing rejection. When a media giant tries to turn late-night laughs into a corporate sermon, you know the joke's on them. Kirk's clapback, pure poetic justice.
As the winds howl and lifts are lost, the halls of power remain insulated by denial, their debates a poor shelter from the storm's wrath.
Frank Tarkenton launches Pipiki, a private AI workspace, declaring it a game changer for small businesses fearing data leaks. When a quarterback tackles tech with the promise of privacy, you know he's aiming for a touchdown. Just hope he doesn't fumble the encryption.
EpiVoter poll reveals economy still top concern in 2025 election, while politicians continue to promise everything but solutions. As long as they keep waving shiny tax cuts like magic wands, voters will keep forgetting who conjured the mess in the first place.
Kim Davis petitions Supreme Court challenging marriage equality because apparently denying love is a hill she's willing to die on. When your legacy is denying others their rights, maybe it's time to reassess your understanding of love and justice.
Cargill and General Mills deploy AI for meat efficiency, waste remains. As algorithms promise greener practices, the bottom line still worships at the altar of excess, where less waste means more profit, not more morality.
CBS All Access hosts Election Night Watch Party, but the ratings flop like a wet noodle at a rock concert.
Mouse visual cortex study uncovers endless cell type diversification, but somehow fails to engineer a mouse that can appreciate modern art.
Liberal MP declares Susan Ley losing support, and her leadership looks shakier than a kangaroo on roller skates. When your own team questions your leadership, it's not just the opposition you should be worried about, it's the stampede behind you.
Market declares efficiency a trend opportunity. Every entrepreneur dreams of seamless back-end sorcery, yet the automation gods demand sacrifice, often in the form of personal touch, leaving only the illusion of connection.
Coca-Cola attempts new AI holiday ad after 2024 Christmas fiasco, because nothing says festive like digital deja vu. In a world where AI can write symphonies, Coke's hoping it can at least not terrify kids with a glitchy Santa.
Only 40% of districts avoid gerrymandering, and legislators call it democracy. When your district looks like a Rorschach test, it's not democracy. It's political origami with a side of voter suppression.
Congressional gridlock becomes a spectator sport.
Mazda unveils carbon capture exhaust concept, promises zero emissions while still guzzling gas. Turning exhaust pipes into carbon diapers, because who doesn't want their eco-saviors in the form of high-tech Pampers?
Global Payments launches $6.2 billion bond sale, solves nothing for consumers. When financial titans play Monopoly with billions, the rest of us are left with a thimble and a dream.
World's biggest polluters skip UN climate summit, then claim leadership in sustainability. When the arsonists are the ones holding the fire safety seminar, you know the world's in for a scorcher.
Tom York refuses to perform in Israel, citing past scrutiny. When artists draw lines, it's not just about the stage, but the message that echoes beyond the music, challenging borders with every note.
Only 40% of new songs include multilingual captions, and RM38 calls it inclusive. Apparently, repeating yes in 4 languages is the new Babel of music innovation.
Scientists unveil brain's secrets, then claim it's only the beginning. Turns out the brain is just a high-tech conspiracy theorist, connecting dots we didn't even know existed.
In a world where pixels masquerade as people, justice finally figures out how to hit delete on exploitation.
U.S. government shutdown wrecks consumer sentiment, plummets to lowest since June 2022. When the government stalls, it's not just policy that freezes, but the hopes and dreams of those left in its wake, waiting for the thaw.
ECB dismisses inflation settling below 2%, insists denial is monetary policy. In the magical land of finance, if you say 2% enough times, maybe reality will bend to your will.
Only 12% of phone users read the fine print, and cell providers call it informed choice. In the land of endless data and dropped calls, your contract's more tangled than your last relationship.
Cornell negotiates frozen funding restoration, then celebrates like it's a victory for education.
Trump brands Pelosi. Evil woman post-retirement. Because diplomacy is just too mainstream. When in doubt, resort to playground insults. Because nothing says presidential like a sandbox spat.
Democrats urge to hold firm in shutdown talks as Day 37 tests patience. Like asking a vegetarian to hold the line in a butcher's shop. Sometimes sticking to principles means watching the meat rot.
Russian ammunition depot explodes after Ukrainian drone strike, fireworks not included. When your depot goes boom, it's less supply chain and more supply gone. Looks like Russia's military might is having a meltdown literally.
Early-stage trial claims intranasal flu vaccine could tackle H5N1 because injecting needles into arms was so last pandemic. Shelf stable and sniffable, it's the vaccine that says who needs a needle when you've got a nose.
Dying stars consume orbiting planets, and astronomers call it cosmic fast food. When your solar system's buffet includes a side of planetary destruction, remember? Even the cosmos can't resist a good binge-eating session.
Barangaroo Apartments force affordable tenants to use back entrance, proving equality is just a fancy foyer away. It's like living in a duplex where one side is Downton Abbey and the other is a Dickensian novel.
Portcroft defenders say drones can't save city, but when your defense strategy relies on flying tech and Wishful thinking. It's like bringing a paper plane to a tank fight, effective only in dreams.
Intel's latest chip defies Moore's law with height, because width is so last century. When the future of computing looks more like a skyscraper than a microchip, it's time to question who's designing our silicon skyline.
Dick Cheney dies at 84, and pundits call it the end of an era. When the architect of perpetual war checks out, the question isn't who fills his shoes, but how many more boots hit the ground.
Beta Technologies raises $1 billion in IPO, calls it a high-flying success. When your wings are battery-powered and your IPO soars, even a government shutdown can't bring you down unless gravity gets a vote.
Cuomo loses New York mayoral race despite speaking like a winner.
Researchers identify sex differences using EEG headbands, then claim cannabis impacts brains differently. When your wearable tech can map the mind, and cannabis users become guinea pigs, who knew equality would spark in the synapses?
Prepare for a flood of tears, lighters and overpriced merch as rock legends cash in on one last emotional roller coaster.
EBRD president evolves private capital strategies, still can't solve climate crisis alone. When the planet's fever burns hotter than a Brazilian summer, promises of private capital feel like ice cubes on a wildfire.
Data centers fuel lobbying industry, not just AI growth. When your server farm's carbon footprint is bigger than a politician's ego, it's no wonder they're both in bed together.
Grammy nominations spotlight Kendrick Lamar, Lady Gaga, and Bad Bunny, but industry still rewards the same old tune. Even as the faces change, the song remains the same, a shiny statue for the same predictable playlist.
Only 10% of North Carolina artists get national exposure, and OC from NC calls it motivation. When your music is the best kept secret since the Colonel's recipe, it's time to turn up the volume and drown out the fried chicken.
AI turns love letter into song, then sells it as sentiment. When heartfelt becomes hard-coded, even Cupid's got to ask, who's really writing these love stories?
President Trump dismisses affordability concerns, then wonders why his approval ratings are lower than a basement bargain.
Court hears Joey Barton's post, scared Lucy Ward, but Barton claims it's just a digital love tap. When your tweets cause more panic than a Black Friday sale, it's time to rethink your social media strategy.
Mexico stops Iranian plot targeting Israeli ambassador, then claims it's just another Tuesday. When diplomacy turns into a spy thriller, you know international relations have finally jumped the shark.
Al-Masri victim demands compensation, calls arrest a disgrace for Italy. Justice feels hollow when it's served with a side of shame, a dish cold enough to remind us that sometimes the system itself is the crime.
When the financial titans say, no bubble, it might be time to grab your umbrella before the market rain.
Strategy stock plummets to 7-month low despite Bitcoin's brief dip below $100,000. When your entire business plan is riding the Bitcoin roller coaster, expect nausea and a sudden drop in confidence.
ESPN shutters betting platform amid NBA scandal, claiming it was just a game. When sports networks gamble on gambling, the house always wins, until the scandals roll in like a tsunami of irony.
Mugeni's government targets foreign nationals, claims it's a strategy for inclusivity. Nothing says welcome quite like putting you under a microscope and calling it a warm embrace.
FAA lists airports with reduced flights during shutdown, calls it transparency. When the government can't keep the lights on, transparency is just a spotlight on the chaos.
Victoria issues 203 fines for underquoting, calls it a crackdown on real estate dishonesty. In a world where honesty is as rare as a unicorn sighting, Victoria thinks slaps on the wrist will tame the real estate beast.
Finding guns in Vienna. Who needs the sound of music when you've got the clang of confiscated artillery?
Trump pardons George Santos, who then blames Zoran Mamdani for fleeing New York City. It's heartwarming to see that even in a city that never sleeps, the art of blame shifting is alive and well, one pardon at a time.
Republicans seek lessons from elections dominated by Democratic victories, yet cling to outdated playbooks. When your strategy is as old as a rotary phone, it's no surprise the dial tone of defeat keeps ringing.
Asia's carbon exporters brace for border rules, call it innovation. When carbon gets a passport stamp, who knew eco-friendliness could come with such a hefty visa fee?
Drone attack damages Kostroma GRES, Russia's third largest power plant, and officials blame the wind. When your energy policy is as brittle as your excuses, it's no wonder the lights keep flickering.
Diaspora cookbook soar in popularity. Publishers call it cultural enlightenment. When your identity is a commodity, even grandma's recipes come with a price tag and a side of appropriation.
Labor exempts special interests from environment laws. Integrity experts cry foul. When your eco-laws come with a get-out-of-jail-free card for the big boys, it's less about saving the planet and more about saving face.
California voters reject Trump's redistricting push, promising fairer district maps. When democracy needs a GPS to find its way back, California is trying to redraw the map with a pen, not a sword.
Key Glock drops prod track, fans hit repeat. In a world where rap battles the mundane, Key Glock delivers a lyrical punch that makes your daily grind feel like a headliner.
Petrobras to launch new oil platform in December, dodging cost inflation claims. When the world's biggest oil field boasts about avoiding cost inflation, you know we're living in a reality where up is down and oil is green.
Guns N' Roses, Linkin Park, and Limp Bizkit headline 2026 Download Festival, proving nostalgia never dies.
The Struts and Robbie Williams release Strange Days, a pandemic anthem. In a time when reality's on shuffle, Their collaboration reminds us all that the weirdest days can still rock our socks off.
FDA scandal ousts top regulator. Industry calls it a clown show. When the ringmaster exits, the circus remains a chaotic dance of power and incompetence where the audience pays the ultimate price in trust and safety.
YouTube resurrects Rick James's ghetto life because your funk needs a touch of 81 swagger. Nothing like a blast from the past to remind you that even your playlist has a better social conscience than most politicians.
Undercover police officer fabricated gun plot, and the inquiry reveals it was all for the drama. Turns out the real weapon of mass deception was the badge, not the activists. Who knew fighting for animal rights made you a threat to humanity?
Court convicts Islamic convert for terror plot after planning mustard gas attack. When someone's hobby turns from collecting stamps to writing terror notes, it's a special kind of hobbyist that deserves a cell, not a medal.
Home Office ignores parents' plea for daughter left homeless, cause it a processing delay. In the grand British tradition of stiff upper lips, the Home Office seems to think hurricanes are just character-building exercises for kids.
Marks and Spencer profits more than half post-cyber attack, blames technology.
Bay Area coach tackles player police call, proving irony is alive and tackling. When the coach's playbook includes a chapter on how to lose your job, maybe it's time to bench the old school tactics and embrace some new age restraints.
Asian stocks drop as tech valuation fears rise in China. In the high-stakes game of numbers and nerves, watch as investors dance to the erratic tune of market whispers, hoping not to trip on their own fear.
Jada Grace and Swim drop Amr a Kes Next Top Party, claim it's a genre-bending revolution. When your album title sounds like a reality show fever dream, you better be ready to deliver more than a blueprint. How about a demolition of the old guard?
DoorDash plans larger investments next year, while Deliveroo promises less profit. Investors react like cats to water when they hear more spending, less profit, proving once again that Wall Street's love language is money, not innovation.
Tears for Fears plant love, harvest nostalgia, and the 80s never sounded better. In a world where autotune reigns supreme, these seeds of love remind us that music once had roots deep enough to grow a revolution.
UK MP claims Mamdani's win is a blueprint, yet right-wing populism thrives globally. It's a bit like saying you've solved global warming because you turned off a light bulb. Nice gesture, but the ice caps are still melting.
Sudan's Great Support Forces declare truce while genocide accusations mount. In a land soaked with grief and broken promises, a temporary pause is nothing but a flicker of mercy in a relentless storm of power and blood.
Goob cancels thousands of flights, says chaos is a strategy. Like trying to put out a fire with gasoline, the Republicans' approach to governance seems to involve setting more things ablaze.
Protesters disrupt Shane's Paris debut, demanding ethical practices. Fast fashion meets fast fury as shoppers are reminded that low prices shouldn't come at the cost of human rights or environmental sanity.
Uber invests billions in self-driving cars. Stocks stay stuck. Uber dreams of robot chauffeurs.
ICE launches call center for tracking unaccompanied minors, promises assistance. In the shadows of bureaucracy, where compassion is a commodity, the young become data points in a system that whispers control under the guise of care.
Investors cling to bonds like a life raft, hoping for seasonal cheer, while Jerome Powell hands out lumps of coal instead of rate cuts.
KKR stock plummets after refunding $350 million, calls it investor confidence. When your best strategy is a refund, it might be time to question your business model, not just your balance sheet.
Kesha drops Dear Me video, Diane Warren's lyrics promise empowerment. In a world where self-love sells, the industry packages vulnerability, leaving us to wonder if the true cost is authenticity or just another chart position.
Instagram hit with cease and desist for using PG-13 on teen accounts.
Hong Kong Exchange boasts 56% profit surge, claims IPOs are the new black. While Hong Kong celebrates its cash windfall, the rest of us wonder if the stock market is the original get-rich-quick scheme.
German police detain men for blood swastika spree, redefining the term artistic expression. In a baffling twist of vandalism, the suspect's paint of choice.
Trump praises cheaper Walmart Thanksgiving meal, but it has fewer items than last year. When your holiday feast shrinks to a side dish, it's clear the only thing stuffed this year is the rhetoric.
Parents beg insurer for daughter's ear surgery. Denied. When profit margins dictate who gets to hear the world clearly. It's a sharp reminder that in healthcare, empathy often takes a backseat to spreadsheets.
As the world craves connectivity, Singtel opts for a financial game of hot potato, proving once more that when the stakes are high, the stakes get sold.
Italian news outlet fires reporter for asking about Israel, proving curiosity is a career hazard.
Trump's list brands citizens as domestic threats, no transparency. In a nation where paranoia is policy, the real terror is a government that sees shadows and suspects in every citizen, unchecked and unchallenged.
Russian preschools teach combat and firearms to kids, redefining playtime as boot camp. When hide and seek turns into seek and destroy, you know someone's skipping the sandbox for the sandboxing.
RSF digs mass graves in El Fasher, calls it clean up.
US military strikes boat in Caribbean, killing 3, calls it a routine exercise. Nothing says peaceful Caribbean cruise like a surprise visit from the Department of War where diplomacy sails the plank.
Trump freezes as patient collapses in Oval Office, blames bad vibes. As the president stands immobilized by a human emergency, it's a stark reminder that empathy isn't available in his executive toolkit.
Revolutionizing dental care sounds sweet until you realize that the real cavity is in your wallet, with innovation priced like it's made of gold, not calcium.
EU demands UK pay into budget, calls it a relationship reset. Apparently, the EU thinks the best way to mend fences is to charge rent. Who knew love came with a price tag?
Cheb Khaled serenades a sideshow with rye, but Reddit's more interested in memes than melodies. In a world where cat videos get more clicks, it's a miracle any real music survives the scroll.
Sudan's RSF demands ransoms, calls it liberation. In El Fasher, freedom comes with a price tag, and the currency is fear, as families pay for the illusion of safety amid chaos.
Democrats flip reddest districts nationwide, claim it's a major warning to Trump. Looks like the GOP's red stronghold just got a fresh coat of blue paint, and Trump's favorite color might be fading faster than a campaign promise.
Wall Street buys treasuries, assumes stocks will keep tanking. When the rich start hoarding bonds like they're the last donuts at a corporate brunch, you know they smell their own panic.
Lyft pushes into Europe and luxury travel, claims it'll draw riders as stock rises. Because nothing screams affordable ride-sharing like luxury travel in Europe, right? Next up, Uber's yacht service for the everyday millionaire.
Kentucky official warns voting limits, calls it civic duty. When local leaders need to remind folks they can't vote for New York's mayor, you wonder if geography's the last thing we all agree on.
ICE detains daycare worker, denies excessive force claims. When your local babysitter is treated like a cartel kingpin, it's clear ICE's idea of childcare is more about cuffs than cuddles.
Only 15% of Ireland's military meets EU standards, and leaders fret over summit security. Guess they're worried a potato cannon might not cut it if things get spicy. Maybe they should call in the Boy Scouts for backup.
Atlantic Updates Trivia calls it knowledge. When your daily dose of enlightenment comes wrapped in showgirls and sayings, the search for wisdom feels like a Vegas sideshow.
Supreme Court debates legality of Trump's tariffs, despite his claim they make America great. Turns out, slapping a price tag on global diplomacy might not be the art of the deal. Who knew tariffs weren't just presidential stickers?
Germany's trade surplus hits 11-month low, imports soar. Looks like Germany's shopping spree could rival Black Friday, whose new economic strategy included maxing out the national credit card.
China's exports hit lowest since February. Tariffs crushed
When your trade strategy is a sledgehammer, don't be surprised if it smashes the market. Welcome to the art of making less great.
DoorDash warns high spending will pinch profits, stock plummets. When growth demands cash, like a hungry beast, shareholders realize their feast comes with a side of financial indigestion.
One-armed athlete Hansel Emmanuel scores 7, astounds with alley-oop.
Democrats win all 30 House of Delegates seats in Northern Virginia. Republicans say it's just weather. Apparently, the GOP thinks losing is a meteorological phenomenon. Maybe next time they'll bring umbrellas instead of policies.
Trinidad PM backs U.S. drug war, ignores local poverty crisis. When the war on drugs is your priority, but your citizens are battling poverty, it's like fighting shadows while your house is on fire.
Trump regime hits new low, depravity shocks world endlessly. When power's foundation is built on sand, every scandal is just another brick in its crumbling facade, desperately clinging to relevance.
Mark Zuckerberg opens unlicensed school named after pet chicken. Neighbors cry foul. When Silicon Valley's kingpin resorts to poultry-themed education, it's clear the scramble for privacy is over easy.
China unveils Fujian aircraft carrier, claims it's for peace. When superpower names a warship after a province, it's the naval equivalent of saying, I come in peace, armed to the teeth.
WIRID touts best budget TVs, then pockets retailer kickbacks. When your wallet's lighter but their pockets are heavier, remember, the best you isn't always on the screen.
Only 15% of news sites show real diversity, and media moguls call it freedom. When the buffet looks like a single stale sandwich, you know someone's hoarding the good stuff behind the kitchen door.
Dutch court supports arms sales, ignores Gaza's cries. Justice wears a blindfold, but when it turns into a gag, the silence becomes deafening, echoing through the chambers of power without remorse.
Trump administration seeks to block SNAP benefits order after claiming to care about American families. When the Hunger Games become reality, you know someone's playing with loaded dice.
Commercial spyware, Landfall, infected Sam phones for 11 months, and the company called it a minor glitch. In the age of digital espionage, your phone's more bugged than your living room, and the only response is tech companies shrugging their shoulders.
ITV negotiates £1.6 billion sale to Sky, calls it synergy. When media giants merge, the truth often gets lost in the static, drowned out by the sound of cash registers swinging in corporate boardrooms.
SCOTUS lets Trump enforce passport gender restrictions, then claims it's about security. When a government can dictate your identity with a passport stamp, freedom's just a nostalgic headline in yesterday's newsprint.
Millie Bobby Brown adopts baby girl, then reveals the news in a move as surprising as a plot twist in Stranger Things. When celebrity adoptions become more predictable than their films, it's time to rewrite the script.
Sydney Sweeney Channel's Christy Martin credits 48 Hours for insights. When actors step into the ring of someone else's life, it's a dance with shadows, each punch a reminder of the stories that never make the headlines.
Carney's first budget demands billions in new spending, claims it will save a tariff-ravaged economy. When you're patching up a sinking ship with dollar bills, maybe it's time to question who's steering the boat into the iceberg.
Japan's new leader Takaishi wants to meet Kim Jong-un, proving diplomacy is the world's most awkward blind date. When leaders play footsie with dictators, you've got to wonder if they're swapping state secrets or just dating tips.
Wall Street program claims to best position investors, yet reality TV offers more reliable forecasts. When financial advice sounds like a sorority's pledge, maybe it's time to rethink your investment strategy.
PayPal touts transparency, but fees climb high. Trust is a currency, and while PayPal sells security wrapped in convenience, the real cost is hidden in the fine print where percentages nibble at your peace of mind.
When the rich start sweating over a dip, you know the rest of us are just clinging to a roller coaster without a seatbelt.
Trump claims Walmart lowered Thanksgiving meal prices, but data shows the turkey's on him. When you're served a political turkey, remember, the only thing getting stuffed is the truth.
Sudan's military targets women and children, while humanitarian aid remains a mirage. In a world where bullets speak louder than compassion, the only ceasefire is in our collective conscience.
Civil rescue groups sever ties with Libyan Coast Guard, citing violent interceptions. When your rescue partner seems more like a pirate, it's time to sail solo and save lives without the baggage of brutality.
FDA claims integrity while scandals shred trust. When the watchdog spark is drowned by the howls of scandal, it's the public who pays in confidence, questioning if safety is just another product on the auction block.
UK Tories slam Lammy for prisoner release blunder, demand accountability. In Westminster's blame game, a few misplaced prisoners might just be the plot twist that makes or breaks the political career.
Song confesses bad ideas, sells indie redemption. In the world of guitar riffs and raw vocals, sometimes the only currency left is honesty, and even that feels like a borrowed tune.
The world's tallest teenager joins college basketball, yet still can't reach for affordable tuition. When your height breaks records, but your student debt does too, it's hard to dunk on the system that keeps you grounded.
Critics lambast Kim Kardashian's acting in Ryan Murphy's All's Fair, call it painfully wooden. Even a reality TV powerhouse can't save a floundering script when the drama is about as lifelike as a wax figure on a hot day.
S&P 500 bulls brace for shutdown impact, but Wall Street's always been good at ignoring the real pain. When traders worry about their portfolios more than the people, maybe Wall Street should shut down until empathy goes public.
Congressional Budget Office investigates hack, then denies breach. In the shadowy corridors of power, digital skeletons rattle in closets, while officials feign surprise, hoping the truth remains encrypted.
Only 50% of AI firms attempt to limit online hate, and tech giants call it progress. When your algorithm amplifies hate faster than it detects it, you're playing whack-a-mole with a flamethrower.
President Trump extends government shutdown, leaving millions without paychecks as essential services. When your paycheck's held hostage by political tantrums.
U.S. stocks test critical thresholds, hope for stability. When the market's pulse flutters, traders scramble like gamblers. Each chart a tarot card, predicting fortunes that favor the bold or the reckless.
People magazine names Jonathan Bailey Sexiest Man Alive, claims it's a win for substance over abs. When the sexiest man alive isn't just a chiseled jawline, perhaps there's hope that politics might one day prioritize brains over brawn too.
Vance's half-brother loses Cincinnati mayoral race, proving nepotism isn't a winning strategy. When your family name can't even buy you a city hall seat, maybe it's time to rethink the political dynasty dreams.
Marta's release Halloween Dream EP claim it's a journey through atmosphere and introspection, because nothing says introspection like a holiday dedicated to sugar highs and pretending to be someone else for a night.
Rachel Reeves considers pay-per-mile tax for EVs, then calls it green progress. Ah yes, because nothing screams environmental progress like taxing the one thing saving us from drowning in dinosaur juice.
Cornell strikes $60 million deal with Trump, restores funds. In academia's shadowy halls, dollars dance with power, and the ivory tower bends to the whims of a deal-maker's pen, trading ideals for cold, hard cash.
Because nothing says holidays quite like a jazzy apology for being tardy, perfect for those who celebrate Christmas in July.
Tanker with Russian oil transfers cargo off Mumbai while Trump administration scrutinizes India. Because nothing says international relations like playing hide and seek with oil tankers and pretending it's diplomacy.
Apparently, safeguarding humanity from rogue algorithms can wait, especially when corporate profits and presidential whims are at stake.
Trump's multiracial coalition cracks under pressure. Promises of unity dissolve as reality bites. The working class, courted with grand gestures, now see their dreams pawned for political expedience and hollow applause.
Praz Michel ordered to pay $64 million after federal conspiracy and illegal lobbying convictions. Turns out, when you mix hip-hop with high-stakes lobbying, the only thing that drops is your bank account. And maybe a couple of morals along the way.
Australia's central bank freezes key rate despite inflation fears. It's like putting a band-aid on a volcano and hoping the lava politely waits for better data.
Only 20% of Tamagotchis survive past day 3, and Shalaka calls it pop culture revival. In a world where digital pets outlive our attention spans, it's a miracle anything virtual gets past the tutorial phase. Keep feeding those pixels, folks.
Madani wins NYC mayoral race, billionaires feign smiles. Ackman and Yang applaud while clutching their wallet, knowing the new boss might challenge their empires with truth and audacity, shaking the city's gilded foundations.
State Bank of India plans to sell a 6.3% stake in SBI Funds Management, calls it value unlocking, because nothing says unlocking value quite like selling off the family silverware to the highest bidder. Who needs assets when you've got IPOs, right?
Shams Zhang predicts smoother US-China trade, while tariffs dance like a bad prom date. Diplomatic equivalent of speaking softly and carrying a big, awkward misunderstanding.
Nothing screams progress like holding a government hostage over healthcare while pretending election wins are a magic wand to solve bureaucratic gridlock.
Phillips pays the price for dancing with shadows, reminding us that the state's paranoia is a ravenous beast that devours its own in the name of security.
U.S. Transport Secretary predicts mass chaos, then Congress takes a vacation.
Ukraine strikes Russia's industrial plants, causing blackouts, and Moscow calls it an act of desperation. When lights out becomes a foreign policy strategy, it's clear that diplomacy has taken a back seat to the theatre of war, where power plays are literal.
Secrecom translation unveiled by lysosomes and lunar ear junctions. Beneath the sterile glow of super-resolution, the microscopic ballet of protein synthesis reveals the cosmic dance of life. Yet we remain chained to earthly ignorance.
News Corp woos tech giants, calls AI empty infrastructure. When your business model crumbles, blame the robots and cozy up to the ones programming them.
Only 27% of voters support abortion restrictions, and politicians call it a mandate. When democracy becomes a game of telephone with a broken line, the message of freedom gets lost in translation, leaving choice dangling by a thread.
Tesla sales in Germany collapse, down 50% from last year.
Democrats win 3 elections, still clueless about what to do next. Like a dog chasing its tail, the party snags a victory but spins in circles, unsure if it's a triumph or a trap.
Only 25% of 90s pop fans admit loving Bewitched, and nostalgia calls it a guilty pleasure.
Trump watches as gas collapses during drug price event, proving empathy isn't included in the Oval Office decor. Like a photo op from a dystopian sitcom, the leader of the free world stands by, wondering if compassion is a competitor's product.
The remains of Native American students reclaimed from Pennsylvania cemetery. Centuries of silence finally shattered as the earth gives up its secrets and the ghosts of assimilation demand justice from the living.
When a joyride turns into a horror show, you know someone's driving the plot straight off a cliff.
House nominee Oftine Ben declines to endorse Jeffries as loyalty takes a backseat to political calculus. Seems like in politics, commitment is as elusive as a unicorn in a congressional hearing, with allegiances morphing faster than campaign promises.
John sends troops to combat deadly wave of bear attacks. When nature fights back, the state responds with guns, not reflection, ignoring the real beasts roaming corridors of power with sharper claws.
Only 25% of Pennsylvania voters turned out for judicial retention races, and the state calls it civic engagement.
Scientists unveil brain development atlas mapping, stem cell to neuron transformation, but still can't solve toddler tantrums. Turns out, even with a brain's blueprint, understanding the chaos of a 2-year-old remains the ultimate unsolvable puzzle. Good luck, parents.
Noisettes carved a niche in 2003 with Scratch Your Name. Post-punk revival screams defiance, a raw soundtrack to rebellion, daring you to etch your truth into the world's polished facade.
Pope Leo's critique of Trump inspires top US Catholics to aid immigrants, yet Trump's wall still stands firm. It's a divine intervention attempt, but even heavenly words struggle against earthly barriers and bureaucratic bricklaying. Heaven help us all.
Matt Baldrock's Pride are changing with Hardcore Fury, a relentless anthem that thrashes against complacency, urging the restless to rise and redefine what pride means in a world gone numb.
Wyoming slashes library funding due to property tax policy, yet claims it's prioritizing education. Cutting library budgets is like burning the library card to fix a budget fire. It only leaves us with ashes of ignorance.
Citi's Kate Moore dismisses valuation fears, calls it opportunity. While the rich play musical chairs with stocks, the rest of us are left holding the bag, wondering where all the seats went.
Spotify adds 100 new AI-generated tracks. When the algorithm becomes the artist, music charts should come with a warning. Side effects may include déjà vu and existential dread.
Latino voters tilt left in Tuesday's elections, leaving Republicans clutching their pearls. Turns out, Demonizing a community isn't the best way to win its heart. Who knew empathy could be an electoral strategy?
Metallica releases new animated video, features Plague Doctor, and ends with him as the hunted.
NGO reports child abuse in conflict zones rose 30%. The world watches as young. Lives shatter, yet leaders offer nothing but empty promises and platitudes to shield their conscience from the bloodstains.
Virginia Democrats win all statewide offices, yet gridlock remains. Even with a clean sweep, the real challenge might be convincing anyone that bipartisan cooperation isn't just a punchline in a bad joke.
White House AI czar Sachs denies bailout, counters OpenAI CFO's plea for federal aid. When even the AI overlords can't get a government handout, you know the future's gone rogue. Guess artificial intelligence will have to learn to budget like the rest of us.
Meta stock tumbles again, investors call it opportunity. Another day, another tech giant learns humility as fortunes swing on the whims of algorithms, and the lust for endless growth remains unsated.
Freedom of the Press Foundation sues ICE for extreme secrecy, claiming transparency is caged. When truth is locked behind bars, it's no surprise the guardians of secrecy would rather play hide and seek than face the light of day.
Supreme Court challenges Trump tariffs, businesses brace for chaos. Trade partners watch in tense anticipation as legal wrangling over tariffs threatens to unravel delicate alliances, leaving industries teetering on the edge of financial disarray.
Only 50% of retirees would consider uprooting for love, and your heart's GPS is recalibrating.
European Commission negotiates loan with Belgium from frozen Russian assets, stalled by demands for legal guarantees. When your moral compass is frozen in legalese, don't expect to find true north in a blizzard of bureaucratic bluster.
In a world where power writes the rules, the wealthy find absolution, while the average citizen faces the full weight of the law.
Georgia hosts Chechen Republic talks, then posts a selfie. When diplomacy becomes a photo op, you wonder if the real negotiations were about which filter to use. Maybe next time they'll hash it out over TikTok.
Japan's largest tech fund claims AI stocks not at bubble stage, despite soaring valuations. When the wolves of Wall Street start dressing as shepherds, it's best to count your sheep before they vanish into thin air.
Fed rate cuts and China trade talks promise wealth, deliver uncertainty.
Fox Sports compares Ohtani's homer to David's six, calls it journalism. When you've got a bat, a ball, and a desperate network, anything can be a sport. Next up, comparing apples to oranges in a fruit salad showdown.
Downington elects Pennsylvania's first trans mayor and the sky doesn't fall. As the world turns, maybe the only thing about to crumble are the walls of ignorance, not civilization. Watch out, progress might actually be contagious.
NYC mayoral polls closing in Mamdani-Cuomo race, but democracy's real winner remains absentee ballots. When it takes a village to count a vote, you know the system's still running on dial-up in a broadband world.
ICE Raid Small Towns calls it security. Behind the badge lies a cold machinery that grinds lives into fear, while the architects of this dystopia dine in their ivory towers.
Volunteer CTO blames AI fear on lack of religion, because clearly faith fixes everything. If a lack of religion causes AI doomerism, then maybe the real apocalypse is just a crisis of faith. Hallelujah, past the algorithms.
Kumada Grizzly drops instrumental but silences JavaScript. In the cacophony of modern tech, even music can't escape the chaos of broken code and digital disconnect. Yet the beat goes on.
Congressional Budget Office hacked during 5-week shutdown, and cybersecurity is still on vacation. Turns out, leaving the government on hold makes a perfect time for hackers to play connect the dots with our national secrets.
Crypto industry spends $263 million to rival big oil, proving money talks louder than blockchain ideals. When the digital gold rush funds political machines, the only thing decentralized is accountability. Watch out, democracy, your wallet's showing.
Canada proposes $36 billion infrastructure fund, calls it visionary. Beneath the maple leaf's gentle facade, the dollars promise roads and rails, but the potholes of politics might swallow ambition whole.
Meta boosts revenue through scam ads, then funds AI projects with the loot. Turns out, if you're clicking on two good-to-be-true offers, you're not just feeding the spam monster, you're also bankrolling the next wave of digital overlords.
Hong Kong exchange profits jumped 56% on trading, while the average investor can barely afford a cup of instant noodles. When exchange profits soar, it's the little guys who pay the price with their ramen budgets and shattered dreams.
NTSB investigates Kentucky crash as death toll reaches 12 and the engine's gone AWOL like a teenager with a fake ID. When planes play Jenga with their own engines, it's a grim reminder that gravity doesn't negotiate even in the bluegrass state.
Safaricom profit jumps 52% while Ethiopia loss shrinks. Success in one hand, struggle in the other. The dance of profits and losses spins a tale of ambition and expansion across borders.
Virginia holds elections during odd years, then wonders why voter turnout's a ghost town. It's the electoral equivalent of throwing a party nobody remembers to attend, but hey, at least the crickets cast their vote.
Trump administration slashes SN benefits, leaving moms to juggle guilt and groceries like a circus act without a safety net. When your grocery list is a high-wire act, it's clear the real circus is in Washington, with clowns in suits juggling justice and sustenance.
A viral clip captures the chaos, but the truth behind his hasty retreat speaks volumes about priorities.
Like trying to sell kale as candy, it's a bitter bite for the justices to swallow if they're not already sugar high on the spin.
When your friendly chat involves missiles and mayhem, it's less about cooperation and more about who brings the biggest stick to the party.
UPS plane crash swallows 3 employees, owner calls scene hell's fury. In the wreckage of corporate promises, the missing are reduced to footnotes, while the bottom line remains unscathed and unapologetic.
IBM to slash thousands of jobs by year's end, calling it a software focus, while employees call it a holiday surprise. Apparently, focusing on software means turning people into code, zeros for the laid off, ones for the shareholders.
Israel claims strategic brilliance in bombing Lebanon, but the logic is thinner than a paper-thin hummus spread. Using the same playbook, expecting different results, is like hitting repeat on a broken record and calling it a new tune.
Transit app redefines car-free living, adds color modes for day and night because nothing says innovation like a stylish commute. Just what we needed, an app to make staring at your phone while waiting for a late bus more aesthetically pleasing.
Iran demands £80,000 blood money to spare child bride from execution. A life hangs in balance, priced like a commodity, as justice masquerades as a transaction, and humanity is eclipsed by greed.
Pageant organizer Nawat Itzhar Grizel insults Miss Mexico, sparking a walkout by contestants who refuse to play nice in a misogynist sandbox. When beauty queens show more backbone than the organizers, maybe it's time to crown a new kind of winner, one with respect for all.
Prince William awards Earthshot Prize in Rio, but climate clock still ticks. While celebrities applaud and trophies shine, the planet's fever rises, and applause won't cool the burning forests or calm the rising seas.
When pain relief becomes a courtroom drama, you know the plot's gone off the rails.
Experimental band Clowncore releases new track, blends electro jazz fusion and metal. Is it music or an existential crisis with a beat? Either way, Clowncore sonic chaos is the soundtrack to our postmodern malaise.
Pharmaceutical companies drop prices on weight loss drugs, turning personal health into a capitalist buffet. When your wasteland's fate is determined by Big Pharma's discount season, you know healthcare has been on a diet of its own, of ethics.
Canada entices H-1B visa holders with open arms, while the U.S. tightens its borders. When your neighbor offers the welcome mat and a job, it's clear who understands brain gain in a global tug-of-war.
Track teases the beat, promises escape, delivers distraction. In the dim glow of the club, bodies move to rhythms that promise liberation, but only offer a moment's reprieve from the grind.
YouTube TV drops Disney content, proving subscribers rent pixels, not ownership. In the age of streaming, your favorite shows are as permanent as a Snapchat, vanishing with the flick of a corporate switch.
Protestants bury one's credit deteriorates early,
crisis looms by 2026. As death balloons and fraud whispers through the lending corridors, we cling to the fantasy that the next crash will spare us its hunger.
When cooperative folks misuse your care.
Only 24% of NFL players outlive the hype, and Marshawn Kneeland's untimely death calls it a tragedy. When the gridiron's bright lights dim, the human cost often remains unpaid, leaving dreams unfinished and fans holding echoes of cheers.
Voters reject Trump in New Jersey, Virginia. Key races falter. As the specter of his influence wanes, the GOP must decide if clinging to a fading star is worth the electoral eclipse.
Only 5% of musicians earn a living wage, and Death Wish Casanova calls it success. When your song's about a millionaire showgirl, but the real show is how the industry sells dreams and delivers pennies.
Democrats celebrate wins, but face uphill power struggle. Victory tastes sweet, but the real challenge is turning fleeting triumph into durable control while the opposition sharpens its knives.
Americans devour more protein than ever, while drug makers cheer new deals to peddle even more. When your turkey gets a side of pharmaceuticals, it's not just bulking season, it's a national pastime of
When your ambition is AI world domination, but your self-driving cars still need a babysitter to parallel park.
Belgium suspends flights after drones spotted, yet officials claim skies are safe. When your vacation is grounded by a flying toy, maybe it's time to rethink what counts as airspace security.
Trump claims US-Uzbekistan trade deal, doubts loom.
Only 30% of leftist candidates win elections, and pundits call it a revolution.
Miss Universe contestants walk out after organizer insults Miss Mexico.
Proving beauty doesn't equate with decorum.
When beauty queens show more backbone than the organizers, maybe it's time to crown integrity over pageantry.
UPS grounds all MD-11s after Louisville crash, calls it safety. When profit margins dictate flight paths, it takes a tragedy to remind corporations that human lives aren't just numbers on a balance sheet.
When a Big Mac is the new luxury item, it's clear the American dream comes with a side of fries and a recession.
USAID ends operations after decades. Critics say it was a cash carousel. When $8 disappear like a magician's coin trick, maybe the real magic is how long the illusion lasted.
Gold platinum ratio drops. Analysts predict market chaos. When shiny metals whisper secrets of doom, it's the small investors who get crushed, while billionaires sip champagne, watching the world burn from their penthouses.
Automated music mastering site launches for free, creativity sold separately. When your album's soul is compressed by an algorithm, remember, robots don't mosh.
Lula touts COP of truth in Brazil, but UN warns emissions are sky high and climbing faster than a toucan on caffeine. When the rainforest's burning and the truth is a sideshow, it seems the only thing greener than Brazil's agenda is its PR spin.
Democrats break GOP's grip in Mississippi, defy odds. Slash blames management for Guns N' Roses feuds, then tweaks Sweet Child O' Mine solo to remind us he's still the rock god we need. Nothing says rock and roll reconciliation like resurrecting old riffs and blaming the suits. Next up, a new album, If the Egos Align with the Stars.
Kendrick Lamar tops Grammy nominations while industry clings to the illusion of relevance. The Grammys, where the music industry's echo chamber meets its annual applause for selling out and calling it art.
Stability AI defeats Getty Images in UK court, claims victory.
German police discover swastikas in blood on 50 cars, blame lone wolf. When hate crimes go medieval, society's response is a shrug, proving that the past is never as buried as we hope.
French Interior Minister reports a car injures 5 in Saint-Pierre-de-Lorient, then blames it on an isolated incident. When life gives you calamity, politicians give you platitudes. Maybe next time they'll blame the island for being in the car's way.
Australian politicians mourn Graham Richardson, once a Labour titan, at 76, then continue their usual bickering. In political theatre, even death is bipartisan, but unity lasts only as long as the eulogies do.
AIG profits exceed forecasts, despite losses from Corbridge separation, then calls it a strategic success. In corporate speak, losing a limb is progress if the other arm can still count the cash.
In a world that thrives on scandal, silence is currency, but the real cost is paid in whispers and headlines that never fade.
Mississippi Democrats flip 3 Senate seats, breaking Republican supermajority, then declare a blue moon in the reddest of skies. When elephants trip over their own trunks, donkeys dance like it's a southern hoedown in a thunderstorm.
Populist parties weaponize divisions, study reveals across 13 nations. Fear becomes the currency of politics. Every outsider is a scapegoat, and every vote a brick in the wall of exclusion.
Taiwan's vice president urges EU to strengthen ties, while China frowns from afar. In a world where every handshake is a political statement, Taiwan asks Europe to dance, and Beijing's watching from the corner with a scowl.
King Charles strips Andrew of Prince title, claiming the crown's lost baggage fee was just too high. When your royal baggage is heavier than a crown, even a king must cut ties to keep the monarchy afloat.
Trump threatens airport chaos to force Democrats' hand in shutdown standoff. When leadership becomes hostage-taking, every delayed flight is a ransom note, and every passenger an unwilling pawn in the game of power.
Only 5% of first albums break even, and the industry calls it success. In the music biz, making it often means making enough to buy a celebratory cup of coffee while Spotify hoards the real gold.
When saving the planet is as exciting as organizing your sock drawer, even wrapping it in a flag barely raises an eyebrow.
I1LA drops Cut an Onion with Uno the Activist and MDMA. Eyes water. In a track layered with tears and beats, every note slices deeper, turning the mundane into a symphony of raw emotion and uncut truth.
Chicago judge limits ICE's use of force after years of unchecked aggression. When it takes a court order to rein in state violence, you know the land of the free is walking on thin ice.
When war turns cities into ghost towns, the only winners are the vultures, circling above, feasting on the spoils of human pride.
Australia bans Reddit for under 16s, but TikTok dances on. Because nothing screams safety like banning forums while letting lip syncing remain the national pastime for the youth.
U.S. manufacturing falters while tariff fears spread like wildfire. As industries buckle under the weight of policy missteps, the promise of strength fades, leaving only rust and rhetoric in its place.
Rachel Reeves considers cutting green levies while promising climate action. When slashing green levies becomes the magic trick to lower bills, it's like burning the forest to keep warm, short-sighted and self-defeating.
Tommy Robinson refuses phone pin, court clears terror charge. Perhaps the real terror is how journalistic material has become the universal passcode for dodging accountability.
China's clean energy push reshapes markets and politics despite fossil fuel addiction.
When a digital storefront gets a facelift and a rebrand,
It's like putting lipstick on a chatbot, still just algorithms selling you dreams.
New York City Tourism Board claims Dumbo business friendly, then highlights artisanal ice cream shops. Because nothing says seal the deal like a scoop of lavender honey gelato.
Leon Black funneled millions to Jeffrey Epstein, calls it a misjudgment. Just another day in the Billionaire Boys Club, where oops is the costliest word in the English language.
Trump exploits mortgage fraud to target Democrats. Then a Texas Republican turns it on Ken Paxton.
Boozy Badass drops new video with Kevin Gates, claims it's the hottest. Like a firework in a hurricane, it's loud, flashy, and likely to get blown away by the next big gust.
Somali pirates attack ship with machine guns and grenades. Piracy resurges. In the lawless waves off Somalia, bullets and greed mingle, reminding the world that desperation's echo is louder than any naval deterrent.
Nonprofit funnels entire internet to AI companies, calling it a gift to innovation. When your digital footprints are served on a platter to the corporate AI buffet, privacy becomes the main course devoured by progress.
Cerberus seeks $3 billion for real estate fund, calls it opportunistic. When your business model is a three-headed dog, sniffing out distressed properties is just another day at the pound.
New software promises drug-checking access solves an old problem. Finally, an app that tells you if your party favors are more rave than grave, without the side of judgment from your local pharmacist.
When political discourse devolves into prehistoric grunts, it's a wonder we don't all sprout tails and beat each other with clubs.
Putin's nuclear sub carries doomsday torpedo to taunt the West. In a theater where the stakes are annihilation, the real game is psychological, fierce shadow dances longer than any missile's range.
Hollywood spins mob murder into a hit film, then truth reveals a darker twist. Turns out the scriptwriters couldn't outdo reality's penchant for plot twists. Who needs fiction when life's already a crime thriller with bonus to spare?
FBI tells ICE to ID themselves while criminals play dress up. When the enforcers can't tell friend from foe, the whole charade of authority starts to crumble like a cheap disguise.
Freakonomics podcast declares the doctor won't see you now, yet patients still pay top dollar. When access to healthcare becomes an exclusive club, it seems the only cure is a wallet transplant.
Cosmic inflation theory credits nuclear force for secret warm-up, then claims it's the universe's ultimate heater. Apparently, the universe needed a little nuclear nudge to expand its horizons. Who knew cosmic inflation was just the universe's version of a hot yoga class?
Rep. Elise Stefanik launches bid for New York governor, promising to drain the swamp in Albany. Because nothing says change like recycling the same old political catchphrases.
city elects first Muslim mayor, defies odds against Trump, when faith and politics merge to rewrite the rules. The old guard's playbook burns, leaving power scrambling for a new script.
Eric TF announces Brazilian funk track Vem Vem Monkey as coming soon, then buries it under a language labyrinth. Because nothing says cutting-edge music like getting lost in a multilingual maze before you even hit play.
Philippine growth slumps to 4-year low thanks to a government graft scandal. When corruption is your growth strategy, expect the economy to take a nosedive while wallets mysteriously fatten.
Joanna Newsom's album Divers evokes seafloors and mountain peaks, then drowns it all in abstract art jargon. It's like trying to find your way in a fog of metaphors, where every track is a riddle wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in a floral arrangement. For those who think conceptual is a genre of music.
Serbian army punishes officers for families' social media likes. When loyalty to the regime trumps familial bonds, the military's iron grip tightens, squeezing the last breath of dissent from the ranks.
Only 47% of Americans connect alcohol to cancer, and the industry calls it a win. It's remarkable how a cocktail of ignorance and denial keeps the party going while the truth sits soberly in the corner.
Consumer sentiment nears lowest level ever as shutdown fears spike in November. When your government's playing chicken with the economy, don't be surprised if consumer confidence is left in the dust.
Lululemon forecasts growth in China's smaller cities, while athleisure becomes the new cultural export. Stretchy pants diplomacy, Lululemon's strategy involves a soft power takeover, one yoga mat at a time, proving that leggings might just save the world, or at least the quarterly earnings report.
Project Pat and 3-6 Mafia drop Don't Save Her like a warning shot. In a world where saving face beats saving souls, the beat pounds harder than any conscience, leaving morality gasping on the dance floor.
FAA cuts 10% of flights at major airports, claiming it eases controller stress during government shutdown. In a bold move, the FAA transforms the skies into a dystopian game of musical chairs, where travelers scramble for seats as the music of bureaucracy plays on.
Arine derivatives emerge from carboxylic acids, promising but underused.
When compassion meets cruelty, justice demands a minimum of 26 years behind bars. Humanity's heroes deserve better than tire tracks.
Democrats sweep all 3 seats in Pennsylvania Supreme Court, calling it a mandate for justice. In this twist of judicial fate, Republicans are left to ponder if the scales of justice have been recalibrated with a blue tint, or if Lady Justice simply prefers a liberal wardrobe.
AMC defies odds, revenue up despite empty seats. In a world where seats stay cold and popcorn stales, Wall Street's applause for AMC's numbers feels like a standing ovation for silent film.
Pennsylvania Borough oust Republican after 113 years, a seismic political shift. When a century-old streak breaks, it's less a ripple in the pond than a full-on tidal wave. Tradition's grip just got slippery.
Trump administration adds copper and silver to critical minerals list because nothing screams national security like a shiny new penny. Next up, perhaps gold-plated golf clubs will find their way onto the list, ensuring America's leisure class remains well-equipped for the fairway frontlines.
Catherine's Death Wish Casanova drops with a whisper, then roars. In a sonic landscape where all pop meets rock's edge, Catherine seduces your ears with beats that promise chaos wrapped in velvet.
Chinese Space Agency delays astronauts' return due to possible debris damage because space junk is the new cosmic confetti. Maybe it's time to swap out those helmets for hard hats, because outer space is looking more like a galactic construction zone every day.
MUFG predicts dollar sell-off to resume post-shutdown after recent comeback fizzles. Like a yo-yo on a string, the dollar's highs are as fleeting as a politician's promise. Spin it up, watch it drop.
eBay boosts China hiring, claiming yen demand is the new gold rush.
Former Vice President Dick Cheney dies, legacy of war and power intact. A hawk who flew through 3 GOP presidencies, Cheney leaves behind a world still tangled in the shadows of his decisions.
Supreme Court hears Trump tariff case while fake reviews hit Philly restaurants. Government shutdown, the gift that keeps on giving chaos. From judicial drama to culinary sabotage, it's a buffet of dysfunction.
Hamas weapons cache uncovered in Vienna, targeting European Jewish sites, and Austria calls it just another Tuesday. When your city becomes the accidental storage unit for international terror, maybe it's time to rethink the City of Dreams moniker. Vienna, what's next? Tupperware parties with grenades.
Biopic producers chase nostalgia, ignore living legends. Why not capture the chaos of artists still setting stages on fire instead of preserving the ghosts of past glories?
When the money men start rewriting history, it's never the bankers who end up paying for the ink. Europe's new contract might as well come with a terms and conditions may bankrupt you clause.
Hazard hints departure, Chelsea fans brace for heartbreak. When loyalty is just another currency, even the brightest stars flicker out in the shadow of a bigger paycheck.
When the system cares more about its own health than the people it's meant to serve, it's time for a serious operation.
Cornell University pays $60 million to Trump administration, calls it a tuition fee for federal funding. Looks like Cornell's latest lesson is in Economics 101. How to pay for Uncle Sam's favor. Who knew academic freedom came with such a hefty price tag?
Shutdown hits 36 days, breaking records while leaders break promises. When the government stalls, it's the people who pay with their patience and empty wallets, while politicians play their dusty power games.
XCU Justice Chief Didier Reinders, charged with money laundering using lottery tickets, claims it's his lucky charm strategy. Apparently, Reinders took hitting the jackpot a bit too literally. Who knew justice could be so scratch-off friendly?
NYC Mayor-elect Mamdani wins with affordability pledge, then moves into a luxury apartment. Promises of affordability ring hollow when the penthouse view is the only thing that gets cheaper.
D4VD changes cover of Sleep Well amid controversy stays silent. While fans search for answers, the artist plays hide and seek with accountability, leaving everyone tangled in the dark web of unanswered questions.
French attacker drives car into pedestrians and cyclists on island, leaving 2 seriously injured, and gets arrested before breakfast. Looks like someone took island hopping to a whole new level of insanity. Guess this driver thought Grand Theft Auto was a real-life tutorial.
Wall Street strategists target 3.8% Treasury yields, while global stocks dive like a synchronized swimming team with no water. When stocks get the jitters, it's like watching a billionaire panic over a missing yacht. Everyone's diving for safety. But the lifeboats are made of paper.
Agriculture Department raises SM benefits to 65% amid shutdown. In a classic game of political chess, they offer crumbs and call it a feast, while the vulnerable remain pawns in their relentless power play.
Florentine diamond resurfaces after a century, now with a secret auction invite. 100 years later, the rock's still hiding, this time behind velvet ropes and billionaire whispers.
Bank of America urges bearish bets on AI bonds as Meta and Alphabet rake in over $50 billion in a bond bonanza. When the AI giants start selling debt like candy at Halloween, even the banks suggest betting against the sugar rush. Watch out for the crash after the high.
Brazil dismantles 500 illegal dredges, calls it Amazon mining crackdown.
Supreme Court upholds Trump's passport gender block, silences identity rights. In a nation that flaunts freedom, the powerful script identity like a puppet show, leaving transgender and non-binary people fighting for their own strings.
U.S. sanctions 10 North Korean entities for laundering $12.7 million in crypto, while AI safeguards remain a theoretical exercise. When it comes to laundering crypto, North Korea's got more hustle than a Silicon Valley startup. Meanwhile, AI's security remains as flimsy as a paper shield against a cyber tsunami.
White House asks court to block full food stamp distribution, then claims to fight hunger. It's a classic case of let them eat cake, but without the cake, just a bureaucratic shuffle to keep the hungry guessing.
NYC voters decide mayor as Mamdani and Cuomo clash, generations collide. In the theater of politics, the young demand change while the old guard clings to power, each side sharpening their ambition under city lights.
UN Human Rights Chief demands Serbia speed up accountability steps, but bureaucracy moves slower than a three-legged tortoise on a lazy Sunday. Serbia's accountability process is like watching paint dry in slow motion. while the UN tries to light a fire under it with a magnifying glass.
Amazon rainforest misty breath waters crops in Peru and Argentina, yet deforestation slashes this lifeline like a machete through a daisy chain. The lungs of the earth are hacking up their last breath, while farmers downwind pray for a miracle that doesn't come with a chainsaw.
Recruit shares surge highest since 2014 on HR Tech Boom. When profits soar on the backs of algorithms, it's not about people anymore. It's about the sweet, cold efficiency of data-driven dreams.
Jury awards $16.8 million to prison doctor, but her job was the real casualty. When safety nets are made of paper, it's the whistleblowers who end up free-falling, while the system shrugs and moves on.
Layoffs in the US hit a 20-year high in October, and corporate execs call it streamlining. When your job security is as stable as a Jenga tower in a hurricane, the only thing trickling down is the sweat on your brow.
When grown-ups start acting like toddlers in a candy store, maybe it's time to rethink that open office plan, unless chaos is your management style.
Liz Cheney defies Trump but clings to father's conservatism. In a world where loyalty wavers, the old guard's shadows stretch long, whispering of power plays and dynastic echoes that never quite fade.
It's a classic tale: create the problem, then sell the solution. But hey, if you can't beat them, rehire them, right?
TUIS, Cent Inc.'s deal with BA Systems for unmanned platforms promises peace but whispers profits. When robots fly the skies, it's the defense contractors who pocket the spoils while the world holds its breath for another peacekeeping mission.
Rapper held for influencer's death claims innocence. Behind the beats and bars lies a tangled web of fame, scandal, and the relentless pull of headlines that never quite tell the whole story.
California voters approve Prop 50 at over 70%, claiming it strengthens democracy. Turns out, when you let the people decide, they sometimes choose to give more power to those already in charge. Democracy or irony, you decide.
Polls open for US elections, promising change but delivering déjà vu. As ballots drop like confetti, the only thing more predictable than the results is the post-election hangover of unmet promises and recycled rhetoric.
Democrats reclaim 5 NJ counties, declare victory. The pendulum swings blue as Cheryl rides a wave of political nostalgia, proving once again that colors change faster than promises kept.
Ernest Ranglin influenced Jamaican music's evolution, yet Bob Marley remains the star in every reggae tale. Ranglin's genius strums beneath the surface, but mainstream fame always seems reserved for those with dreadlocks and a revolutionary mystique.
Molten denounces AI Park having first chased their endorsement like a cat after a laser pointer. The classic political two-step. Publicly spurn the group you privately wooed. It's the Senate equivalent of swiping right and then ghosting.
Democrats seize off-year wins, ponder strategy shift. Amidst the confetti and cheers, the lesson remains. Victories in smaller battles offer little solace if the war for lasting change stays unchallenged.
Georgia waits at the EU doorstep, flowers wilting in hand, while Brussels checks its watch and pretends it's not home.
Typhoon Kalmaji devastates Vietnam, leaves 5 dead and thousands homeless.
Japanese soldiers battle bears, while humans debate whether the fur or the uniforms are more intimidating. When bears are your biggest enemy, you know Mother Nature's decided to play Godzilla with your daily commute.
In a world craving connection, language becomes the instrument, yet the true test lies in whether the melody moves more than the mind.
When corporate dystopia becomes the lesser evil, you know we've really hit rock bottom on the innovation scale.
China lifts chip export ban after US deal, leaving European car makers feeling like they're caught between a rock and a silicon wafer. When geopolitics turns into a soap opera, car makers just hope they don't end up with a tragic ending involving semiconductors and tariffs.
Nvidia CEO claims China just nanoseconds behind US in AI race. In the theater of global tech, every tick of the clock is a battleground, yet the real enemy is the illusion of control.
Google tracks your every move, then calls it a personalized experience, like a stalker with a marketing degree. When your online life is a perpetual open book, Google's just waiting to turn the page and sell the highlights to the highest bidder.
FAA plans 10% flight cut, promises no nightmare. When the skies turn quiet, it's not mercy but a bureaucratic tango. The real turbulence is always on the ground, unseen.
YouTube drowns indie artists in algorithms, then pretends it's fostering creativity while serving up the same old pop pap.
Trump demands Senate scrap the filibuster, and even his own party is raising eyebrows at the audacity. When the GOP side-eyes Trump's power grab, you know he's pushing boundaries like a toddler with a cookie jar.
Metalcore band promises bliss in 7 languages, delivers noise. When screams replace serenades and chaos masquerades as harmony, the promised world feels like a mosh pit of broken vows.
FAA mandates flight reductions at major airports, claiming it's a strategy for smoother skies. Next, they'll suggest grounding all flights for perfect air traffic control. Who knew aviation problem solving was this simple?
Peloton recalls over 800,000 bikes for faulty seat posts, as if falling off mid-spin class is the new cardio. When your exercise bike becomes a mechanical bull, it's time to reconsider your fitness strategy or invest in some cowboy boots.
Russian contractors exploit African women for drone assembly, disguising it as factory work. When human rights turn into a shell game, global ethics become the prize nobody wins. Who's the real drone here?
Tennis stars Sabalenka and Kyrgios clash in battle of the sexes, promising equality. When spectacle replaces sport and gender becomes a gimmick, the court transforms into a stage where equality is just another game.
India buys France's Helma P laser for anti-drone defense, still grapples with tech support. In the game of high-tech whack-a-mole, who knew the real battle was finding the on switch?
Zoran Mamdani claims New York mayoral victory, promises change. When the underdog takes the throne, hope flares briefly before bureaucracy's heavy hand snuffs it out like a candle in the wind.
Asian stocks fall after Wall Street's AI jitters and bonds take a breather. When the AI bubble deflates, it seems even the stock market needs a stress ball.
EU considers digital sovereignty costs more than a tech-free utopia. When your sovereignty comes with a price tag, maybe it's time to rethink who's really in charge of the digital realm.
Dead Swish Casanova drops new track, alt pop meets rock seduction. Melodies twist like smoke in a dimly lit room, tempting you to stay just a little longer to lose yourself in the rhythm of desire.
UK justice system mistakenly releases 2 prisoners, now playing a real-life game of hide-and-seek.
Supreme Court tackles Trump tariffs, potentially unraveling economic chaos he left behind. Russian military claims victory as they advance through Pokrovsk. Behind every push and proclamation, a trail of shattered lives and broken promises, where the cost of power is measured in human suffering.
Trump touts deal with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk for lower drug prices, but analysts say it's more smoke than substance. When a weight loss drug deal weighs down with questions, maybe it's time to shed the political calories instead.
Todd Snyder cancels tour after being assaulted, then arrested at hospital for unknown reasons. Nothing screams rock and roll like being the victim and the suspect in the same breath.
The man with 9 lives continues his dance with mortality, leaving us to wonder if even death hesitates before such tenacity.
New Jersey legislature wins largest Democratic majority in 52 years, calls it a mandate for change. The Garden State finally blooms blue, but let's see if they can actually grow anything besides political promises.
Target mandates smiles and friendliness for workers, claiming it will boost sales. Maybe if they mandate rainbows and unicorns too, they'll finally hit that mythical sales target.
Because nothing says, "We come in peace," like a convoy of steel-clad behemoths.
Seth Rogen questions Sony hack origins decades later. 11 years on, the haze of digital warfare still clouds the truth, leaving Hollywood's pothead philosopher to ponder a mystery that blends espionage with entertainment.
CEOs warn of market pullback, causing stocks and crypto to nosedive. It's the classic capitalist tango. Whisper recession, then watch as the markets pirouette into chaos, all while executives waltz away with golden parachutes.
Dallas Cowboys honor Marshawn Kneeland with a ceremony, yet still fumble basic human rights. It's like celebrating a touchdown while ignoring the fact that your team's bus has a flat tire.
American suburbs hide wealth behind white picket fences. Beneath the manicured lawns and cookie-cutter homes lies a legacy of redlining and exclusion, a financial fortress built on the dreams of a select few.
In the digital age, a million plays is the new garage band gig, where algorithms decide if you're the next big thing or just another one-hit wonder.
IBM's CEO acknowledges Gen Z's hiring woes, yet after pledging more graduate hires, he axes thousands of jobs. In the boardroom, it's a classic case of corporate musical chairs, where Gen Z finds the seats missing, and the music's just a cruel joke.
Zohan Mamdani wins New York mayoral race, but power brokers still play monopoly with the city. It's like casting a superhero in a disaster movie where the villain is the script itself.
Zohran Mamdani wins big, establishment pretends to listen. They'll nod politely and whisper behind closed doors, plotting to keep the status quo intact while the grassroots dream of a revolution they can't control.
S&P lowers Chicago's credit outlook due to deficits and pension woes, and the city spins it as fiscal resilience. In Chicago, it's like trying to patch a sinking ship with a Band-Aid while the captain insists it's unsinkable.
AT&T offers $50 savings on bundles, but only if you navigate the labyrinthine fine print. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack while the needle whispers, "I might not exist."
New CS hires, fumble product details, management things surprise. They toss you into the deep end with a smile, hoping you'll swim before sinking, all while clutching their precious playbooks and praying you won't break the machine.
Ukraine's Her claims drones struck a key Russian petrochemical plant, and Moscow calls it a minor inconvenience. When your neighbour's drone delivery service drops chaos instead of packages, but you still insist it's just a breeze.
The Supreme Court lets Trump delay full student nutrition funding, citing fiscal responsibility. When feeding kids becomes a budget buster, you know the fiscal diet plan is working wonders for the nation's conscience.
Zoran Mamdani shakes New York politics, tagged as Trump's worst nightmare. If he's the specter haunting Trump's dreams, then who knew nightmares could wear the mask of progress and promise, all wrapped in Gotham shadows?
Only 20% of people know magnesium sulfate is Epsom salt, and the rest just use Google. It's like the secret handshake of the bath aisle. The moose just nod and smile blankly.
New York City nurtured Trump's empire, now investigates his financial dealings, hoping to topple the golden facade. When the Big Apple turns sour on its own creation, you know it's time for a karmic pie in the face.
Kashmir Cricket League collapses as organizers vanish, leaving chaos. When the stars fade and promises turn to dust, all that's left is a field of broken dreams and the echo of cheers that never came.
Tanzania charges over 100 citizens with treason for protesting a rigged election, proving democracy isn't always a local cause. When standing up for your vote becomes an act of treason, you've officially entered the twilight zone of governance.
Only 50% of voters recognize John Fetterman by name, while the other half confuse him with a lumberjack convention.
Papua New Guinea's leader slants ARPU summits as all talk, no action just before the climate circus rolls into Brazil. When leaders critique a summit for empty promises, it's like calling a mine too quiet. Everyone knows, but the show goes on.
Police arrest 3 in Harvard explosion, no injuries reported. When the ivory tower shakes, it's not the walls that crumble, but the illusion of safety in academia's hallowed halls.
American Heart Association warns melatonin harms health long term. When sweet dreams turn sour, the supplement industry counts its profits, leaving sleepless souls to weigh risks against fleeting rest.
Federal judge permanently blocks Trump from sending National Guard to Portland, thwarting his crackdown dreams. Looks like Trump's authoritarian cosplay just lost its lead actor. Guess he'll have to find another way to flex those tiny hands.
Rockstar Games delays Grand Theft Auto 6 to late 2026, redefining fashionably late. Gamers are left to wonder if the real heist is Rockstar stealing years of anticipation, while players get a masterclass in patience.
US gives Hungary 1-year pass on Russian oil sanctions, calling it a strategic partnership. Looks like Hungary's Orban just found a way to squeeze a year's worth of fossil fuel freedom out of Trump's handshake diplomacy.
GTA 6 release delayed to November 2026, fans fume. The gaming giant dangles pixels like carrots, while players chase promises on a treadmill of never-ending anticipation and corporate strategy.
Trump claims Tylenol is unsafe for kids, sparking chaos among parents and pediatricians. Guess when you're used to firing up executive orders, it feels natural to play Dr. 2, Page and Dr. Donald, stat.
Spotify playlists add one more rough magic track, calling it a cement brain workout. Is this the anthem for our concrete jungle existence, or just the soundtrack to an endless loop of existential dread?
Indian quick commerce firms slash prices, shrinking profit margins while promising growth. When your business model is a high-speed race to the bottom, don't be shocked if your profits vanish before the delivery driver knocks.
New gel regrows tooth enamel, promises dental revolution. Science teases us with regeneration, while insurance companies sharpen their claws, ready to monetize every miracle like a commodity on a silver tray.
Santos promises LNG shipment from $4.5 billion Barossa field, but it's still a cornerstone in a crumbling climate. If fossil fuel dinosaurs keep betting on liquefied natural gas, extinction might come faster than their first shipment.
Turkey issues genocide arrest warrants against Netanyahu and other Israeli officials claiming moral high ground. In the global game of who's more righteous, Turkey just played its wild card, but will justice be served or just more political theater?
WTO states push to extend e-commerce tariff moratorium, pretending digital transmissions don't already cost us our privacy. While they extend moratoriums, tech giants extend their reach into our lives, toll-free but with a hefty data price tag.
YouTube TV loses Disney, 24% cancel subscriptions. Streaming wars rage while corporate giants juggle our desires, turning loyal viewers into nomads chasing fleeting signals across digital wastelands.
Tucker Carlson hosts white nationalist Nick Fuentes, then denies normalizing narcissism like it's a misunderstood art form. When primetime TV becomes a platform for hate, maybe it's time to unplug the set and plug into reality.
A critic saves Faulkner's works from obscurity. Malcolm Cowley, with an unmatched eye for talent, resurrects literary giants while publishers sleep on genius, leaving us to wonder who else slips through the cracks.
EHLF, beauty's growth slows to single digits, yet Piper Sandler's Andreeva suggests innovation as the magic wand for international success. Because when your beauty brand's expansion hits a speed bump, nothing says we're fine like a new shade of lipstick.
When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Unless you're Qualcomm, then you just hand out IOUs and call it a cocktail.
Elon Musk brands himself far-right after White House stint. In the absence of political restraint, he courts controversy like an addiction, turning public discourse into a spectacle of power play and ego.
Only 10% of rifts become volcanic hotspots, and scientists claim that makes tectonic roulette more thrilling. It's like buying a lottery ticket with a 90% chance of winning a whole lot of geological nothing.
Teacher shot by 6-year-old wins $10 million in court. Justice arrives in cash, a bitter balm on wounds that never should have been inflicted as the system counts its failures. Turns out 19th century medicine was just a game of how many doctors can fit in a room and still miss the bullet.
FAA cuts take effect, and air travel chaos enters its next thrilling chapter. As the FAA trims the budget, travelers might consider packing patients alongside their carry-ons, unless, of course, they prefer the thrill of surprise layovers and extended gate time.
Gunvor wins sanctions jackpot thanks to Russian ties and US penalties. When life gives you sanctions, make a billion-dollar lemonade stand with geopolitical lemons and a side of oligarchic zest.
Ukraine plans $30 billion long-range weapons by 2026, calls it security. In a world where peace is a myth, the arms race is an unholy gospel preached by nations desperate to dominate the narrative.
Indie folk artist drops Incantation, a high-energy tune about haunted minds. When your mind's a haunted house, crank up the volume and dance with your inner ghosts. No exorcist required.
New book Injustice reveals Trump's decade-long DOJ meddling, and the plot thickens. The book claims Trump's attempts to politicize the Department of Justice were more like a binge-watched series. Same plot, new episodes, zero resolution.
Zohan Mamdani shakes NYC mayoral race, spotlighting Dems' fractures. Mamdani's bid to make life affordable for the working class exposes the Democrats' split like a soap opera with a budget deficit.
Chicago police shoot without video, deny accountability. When the cameras are off, the ghosts of justice wail unheard, drowned by the sirens of a system that shields itself from its own sins.
Frank Grillo claims superhero actors use steroids, defying Hollywood's muscle mirage. In the land of protein powders and CGI abs, Grillo's revelation is like finding out your favorite action figure is just a beefed up Barbie.
Job cuts hit 22-year high while CEOs get bonuses. In a world where loyalty is a one-way street, the boardroom feasts on severance while the workforce dines on uncertainty and cold coffee.
Trump announces US will boycott G20 in South Africa, citing debunked persecution claims. In a move as transparent as a chip to pay, Trump's boycott is a masterclass in deflecting from real issues by chasing imaginary ones.
UK university cancelled human rights research, bowing to China's pressure. Academic freedom took a backseat to authoritarian influence, proving that when it comes to human rights, some institutions prefer to play dead.
When JP Morgan starts wooing Bitcoin over gold.
Bird flu decimates flocks while federal aid shrinks. Politicians play chicken with public health, stripping resources while nature writes a brutal elegy in feathers and unmarked graves.
Tech industry repackages dystopian sci-fi warnings as exciting products, missing that they were cautionary tales. It's like selling haunted houses as dream homes, then acting surprised when the ghosts of past warnings start rattling the chains.
Final Fantasy VII's One-Winged Angel gets ska treatment, orchestrally wild. Because nothing screams existential dread quite like a brass section skanking its way through your nostalgia.
Novo Nordisk upstood for Madeira, outbidding Pfizer. Corporate giants battle for the next big weight loss miracle. Their boardrooms salivating over profits, while the world starves for genuine care.
Outkast spits thorns at 24 bars per second, but Roses still smells like a Grammy nomination. In the garden of hip-hop, sometimes the sweetest blooms have the sharpest barbs. Watch your fingers and your ego.
Google challenges NVIDIA with new AI chips, claims they're most powerful yet. Because nothing says friendly competition like tech giants in a silicon slap fight, each trying to outdo the other in who can save the most electrons while consuming our souls.
Airbnb claims vacation optimism warns of profit dip. Even as Wanderlust returns, the cost of expansion and political skirmishes expose the fragile underbelly of a travel titan, chasing endless growth.
Slate challenges you to outsmart a senior producer, but only 40% of players actually ace the quiz. Think you're a news whiz? Test your mettle, but remember, even the sharpest minds sometimes need a lifeline.
Only 20% of listeners know Since You're Gone is a new wave classic, and Nostalgia is now a playlist. Is it a timeless tune or just an echo of the 80s? Either way, Rick Ocasco's voice still haunts the airwaves.
Cyber criminals hijack remote monitoring tools, breach logistics networks. When your supply chain's as secure as a discount padlock, it's no wonder hackers are getting a free ride on your freight.
Abigail Spanberger breaks glass ceiling. Virginia cheers, then asks what's next. Victory speeches are sweet, but the real work starts now, proving that shattering old barriers
Trump's approval rating drops 20 points, yet he calls it fake news.
Officials allow provisional ballots due to poll book glitch, claim it's business as usual. When democracy runs on a system that can't even keep track of its own paperwork, provisional ballots are just the new normal.
Arm Holdings plc rakes in over $1 billion, calls it a mere warm-up. As AI investments surge, Arm plays the capitalist symphony, orchestrating profits like a maestro with dollar signs for eyes. Who knew silicon could be so seductive?
UK bans strangulation in porn, claims it curbs abuse. When the law targets shadows on the screen but ignores the darkness in boardrooms, we learn what kind of violence truly terrifies the powerful.
When the CEO sells you on catering.
Remember, the menu is designed by the same folks who pocket the tips.
When arms dealers shake hands, it's always about innovation and never about the new ways to rain down chaos from the sky. After all, there's no business like war business.
Spanberger vows to defy Trump's policies despite winning Virginia. The first woman governor knows the real battle isn't against a ghost of elections past, but the living specters who still write the rules.
Only 11% of plane crashes end in total loss, and this boxing club calls it fate. When the sky becomes a boxing ring, even the toughest fighters can't out-punch gravity. It's a knockout no one wants tickets to.
Only 20% of brain maps reveal new cell types, and scientists call it progress. In the Grand Cerebral Atlas, it's like discovering a new Starbucks in a city already drowning in caffeine.
Australia's watchdog exposes risks in a $200 billion private credit market. Unmasking the financial tricksters who thrive in the shadows, they remind us that the real economy is built on secrets and silence.
World leaders slam Trump at climate summit, who skips it for a golf game. When you're more invested in your handicap than the planet, maybe it's time to retire your clubs and your presidency.
Only 15% of GOP voters favor Romney, and the party calls it nostalgia. Trying to revive Romney's relevance is like praying for a unicorn to win a horse race. Majestic in theory, extinct in practice.
Cordless vacuums promise freedom while prices climb higher than dust. The illusion of liberation comes with a hefty price tag, ensuring your floors stay spotless while your wallet collects the dirt.
Lucid reports worse than expected losses, blames sluggish gravity SUV production. When gravity's pulling you down, it might be time to rethink the laws of motion, or at least your production strategy.
Trump ignores Carlson's Fuentes interview blowback, prefers golf. When the going gets tough, the tough go golfing, because who needs accountability when you can have a hole-in-one?
Bob Dylan receives honorary doctorate, then skips class. Even with a shiny new degree, Dylan's syllabus remains the same. Poetic rebellion, timeless tunes.
U.S. services sector activity jumps as workers see none of the profits. The service industry sprints toward record profits, but the workers are stuck on a treadmill running hard for crumbs.
Trump markets discontent as his brand while the economy stumbles. The man who sold anger as a commodity now finds himself a mascot for the very chaos he once promised to fix.
UK courts treat climate protesters like extremists, then call it justice.
Prince Harry apologizes for LA Dodgers cap, then wears it again. The Royal Rebels' wardrobe diplomacy fails once more, proving that even crowns can't shield against the wrath of Canadian baseball pride.
U.S. sanctions slash Russia's seaborne oil exports, then call it a win for democracy.
U.S. judge orders Trump administration to fund SNAP benefits, then shutdown continues. In the land of the free lunch, promises are as empty as the plates, while hunger waits on D.C.'s endless political buffet.
Humana stock tumbles over Medicaid costs, then still insists they're health champions. When your stock's on a diet but your costs are binge eating, maybe it's time to rethink the insurance buffet.
Harold Faltermeyer revives 1985 with electro beats that echo nostalgia. Synthesizers hum like neon ghosts, whispering secrets from a past when music dared to be both playful and profound.
Only 20% of forms get filled, and Google calls it user engagement. When even your form feels like a digital tax return, maybe it's time to swap your strategy for attention.
Bank of England holds rates of 4%, calls it stability. When the Bank of England is a rock in a sea of chaos, you know the financial world's gone full gender.
Fire at Turkish perfume warehouse kills 6, raises questions. In a world where scents promise allure, 6 souls paid the ultimate price for a fragrance that turned to ash, leaving only smoke and sorrow.
Only 42% of gamers know Europe from 1337, and Reddit calls it education. While history gets pixelated, medieval strategies become the new classroom, proving once again that virtual empires teach us more than real classrooms.
Rockstar delays Grand Theft Auto 6 until November 2026, blames perfectionism. When a game about stealing cars takes longer to finish than a fine wine to age, maybe it's time to question who's really being robbed.
New York defies fascism again, echoes of the 1930s. In the city that never sleeps, resistance is a tradition. From standing against old tyrants to challenging new ones, New York's spirit remains unbroken and unapologetic.
Only 42% of voters trust election outcomes, and Trump calls it a triumph of democracy. When faith in elections is as scarce as honesty in politics, next year's midterms might just be a reality show without a happy ending.
LEGO beams up 3,600-piece Star Trek Enterprise, calls it the ultimate holiday gift. For the price of a small moon, you too can boldly go where no wallet has gone before, assembling your own utopian future one brick at a time.
Suspended between stars and politics, they wait in the void while Earth debates funding. The cosmos is indifferent, but bureaucracy is merciless.
Prada launches cashmere cocktail t-shirt with glitter, claiming it's the new party essential. When you need to look like you've made an effort but still want to feel like you're in your pajamas, Prada's got your back.
Jennifer Lawrence reveals her secret life fighting on TikTok, sparking curiosity and chaos. Oscar winning by day, comment crusader by night, Lawrence proves that even Hollywood royalty can't resist a good social media skirmish.
Just what we need, another way for tech to eavesdrop on our most private thoughts. Your brain is now the ultimate data mine.
The Lemonheads dive deep into indie rock nostalgia. Echoes of a rebellious past ripple through chords and lyrics, but the industry's thirst for fresh hits leaves little room for vintage soul.
DIM prices soar 171% in a year, leaving golds rise in the dust as AI demand surges.
Bannon urges GOP to seize institutions or face prison after 2028, embracing democracy like a python hugs its prey. When your party strategy sounds like a heist movie, maybe it's time to rethink your platform. Democracy shouldn't need a getaway car.
England's prison system mistakenly releases inmates, revealing security is as tight as a sieve made of Swiss cheese. When your prison system lets inmates out like they're on a field trip, it's not just a crack, it's a chasm. Who needs a jailbreak when you've got bureaucratic incompetence?
Magic carpets of sound soar over a desert of recycled riffs. Where the genie grants wishes only to those who can pay the price.
President Trump pardons Darryl Strawberry for tax evasion and drug charges, proving baseball legends get sweeter deals than democracy. In a nation where home runs count more than honesty, the diamond's shine blinds justice, and celebrity turns past crimes into mere footnotes.
British prisons accidentally release inmates, but the real problem is they're better at escape than their security is at containment. When your inmates are leaving through the front door instead of the back, it's clear the system's more about wishful thinking than actual security. Maybe they should just install a revolving door.
Household debts soars to record high under Trump's golden rule. America's credit card bleeds while the gilded tower smirks, stacking IOUs on the backs of those who can't afford the climb.
When your biggest rival is sprinting and you're busy tying your shoelaces, don't be surprised if you end up eating their dust. Schumer might want to trade in his senatorial shoes for a pair of running spikes.
Federal prosecutors build a shaky case against James Comey, turning justice into a game of Jenga with missing pieces. When the evidence is as solid as a politician's promise, the courtroom becomes a theater of the absurd, where truth takes a back seat to spectacle.
Donald Trump sells fool's gold from the White House for a premium. The art of the deal. Spin pyrite into prosperity while the desperate clutch their empty wallets, dreaming of alchemy that was never real.
Molly Carlson leaps back into Red Bull cliff diving, defying gravity and her injuries, because who needs a safety net when you've got wings? When life hands you lemons, Some make lemonade, but Molly turns them into high-octane fuel and dives off a cliff. Talk about making a splash.
Buffalo Sabres face Carolina Hurricanes, promising a storm of hockey action and more slapshots than a holiday dinner with the in-laws. In the ultimate showdown of sticks and ice, only one team will emerge victorious, while the other skates off with a cold shoulder and a bruised ego.
Ukraine returns 8 people from occupied territories, including children, as the world watches another episode of geopolitical hide-and-seek. When life becomes a pawn in power's chess game, even the smallest victories feel like Herculean feats amidst the chaos of conquest.
Consumer stocks falter in AI's market, profits vanish. When machines learn the art of greed, human needs get algorithmically downgraded, leaving us to wonder if the future will ever feel human again.
Heart-on-a-chip technology promises new treatments, but only 3% of patients might afford them. In a world where innovation meets exclusivity, the heart of the matter beats to the rhythm of profit margins and patent rights.
Stablecoin deemed riskier bet than cash replacement. When the financial wizards spin digital gold from regulatory straw, we're left clutching promises as tangible as smoke in a blockchain storm.
Zohran Mamdani wins New York mayoral race, defying the establishment with the democratic socialist agenda at just 34. When a young firebrand swipes the crown from under the old guard's nose, the Big Apple's core might finally taste revolution instead of just rotten politics.
Hegseth demands the Pentagon prioritize speed over cost in weapons purchases because who needs fiscal responsibility in a military budget? In a land where defense dollars flow like water, the new arms race is a sprint to see who can bankrupt a nation fastest.
NATO confirms $60 billion Ukraine aid package for 2026, double the country's self-funding capacity. Apparently, international diplomacy is just a fancy term for how many zeros can we add before they notice the fine print.
Brazil's soya moratorium slowed deforestation, then faced backlash. Prophets whisper sweet temptations, and the axe swings again, slicing through promises as the jungle falls to feed the world's insatiable hunger.
Russian invasion of Ukraine reaches day 1351, and the headlines are still louder than the solutions. When your war outlasts 1,000 days in the world's attention span, maybe it's time to question who really benefits from this marathon of misery.
U.S. Treasury labels Lukoil a Kremlin puppet, forcing Gunvor to pull out of $22 billion deal. When the puppeteer gets caught with strings attached, the show's over faster than you can say sanctioned.
Arizona Cardinals start Jacoby Brissett against Seahawks, hoping for a miracle cure to their quarterback conundrum. When your strategy is throw the backup in and pray, you might be betting on divine intervention over actual game plans.
Coca-Cola faces backlash with AI-generated Christmas ad as if nostalgia can be replaced by algorithms. When your holiday magic comes from a machine, don't be surprised if the ghosts of Christmas past start haunting your quarterly earnings.
The youngest prime minister dances on eggshells. His charm a thin veneer over a nation's simmering discontent, where every smile hides a crack in the facade.
Trump defies every presidential norm, yet the spirit of resistance refuses to bow. When a nation's defiance becomes its anthem, even the loudest rule breaker can't drown out the chorus of democracy's comeback tour.
Musician hustles for fame then, algorithms devour dreams. In the digital bazaar, every note dangles like a baited hook, but the machine only craves the predictable, leaving passion to drown in the algorithmic sea.
Musk's trillion-dollar payday tanks tech stocks because nothing says market stability like one man's cosmic piggy bank. When your portfolio's fate hinges on a single billionaire's whims, it's time to invest in a sturdy mattress for your cash.
Belarusian runners conquer 436 kilometers in 44 hours, crafting a marathon masterpiece for Poland's Independence Day. When endurance becomes art, even the fiercest borders can't contain the rhythm of freedom's relentless stride.
AI agents unleash digital chaos in 2026, leaving poisoned accounts and ghost identities in their wake. In this brave new world of cyber warfare, your passwords are as safe as a snowflake in a volcano.
When authenticity becomes a strategy, it's as genuine as a plastic cactus in a desert.
Apparently justice is now about as blind as a bat in a courtroom filled with disco lights.
War poisons Gaza's water while leaders toast peace. As the liquid life turns lethal, those in power sip their cocktails, ignoring the slow death of a people caught in a cycle of destruction and indifference.
Linda Hamilton joins Stranger Things Season 5, defying retirement. Because when you face down killer robots, a bum hip is just a bad plot twist.
J.D. Vance hugs Erica Kirk while rumors swirl about replacing Usha Vance, but it's just political theater. When your marriage becomes a subplot to your career, the real vows are made to the voters, not your spouse.
Qualcomm's stellar earnings failed to boost tech stocks. Investors clutched their pearls, fearing the bubble might burst, yet they still whisper sweet nothings to their portfolios, hoping for miracles from the gods of silicon.
Van slams court's decision to fund Snap, calls it absurd while hunger remains rampant. When feeding the hungry is deemed outrageous, you know someone's diet consists solely of privilege and denial.
Trump administration promises full SN benefits in November, then November happens. Because nothing says trust us, like a pledge from the folks who brought you alternative facts and a government shutdown.
Love Soul release Bistravoda and rock purists balk. In a world where authenticity is a currency, the band dares to blend old riffs with new waves, challenging the gatekeepers to redefine what's considered sacred.
Only 20% of listeners survive Lankum's Ghost Town, and the band calls it a vibe. When your music sounds like the soundtrack to a post-apocalyptic wasteland, you know you've really captured the essence of modern living.
AWOL Nation releases Burn It Down in 2025, ignites nostalgia with an alt-rock inferno. When your music is more combustible than global climate policy, you know you've hit the right chords of rebellion.
Buffett and Barclays signal danger as stocks soar 36%.
Federal Reserve predicts stablecoins will lower interest rates, then offers no plan for economic stability. When imaginary currencies start dictating real-world economics, it's like letting monopoly money decide your mortgage rates.
Republican candidates denounce Planned Parenthood shooting, then pivot to gun rights. When thoughts and prayers are cheaper than action, you know who's getting a bargain at democracy's expense.
Minnesota farmers offer cow cuddling as milk prices fall, hoping affection pays better than dairy. When economic survival involves snuggling with bovines, it's clear the market's got more holes than Swiss cheese.
Appeals court blocks Trump bid to cut food stamp funds.
Thai government claims victory over gold sway, yet bat still dances to market's tune. It's like putting lipstick on a currency pig. Sure, it looks different, but it still squeals under the same pressures.
Bannon advises Trump to double down post-Mamdani win. The puppeteer whispers strategies of chaos, urging the marionette to dance on strings of discord, while the audience hungers for a new script.
When even the military won't back your power grab, it's time to hang up the dictator dreams and try knitting instead.
When accountability is a heavier lift than a deadlift, expect a workout of public fury.
Zed Powell flips twice, gravity laughs. When your body defies physics, the soul briefly escapes the mundane, leaving the rest of us chained to Earth's relentless pull.
Trump demands voting changes post-Democrat victories, proving once again that reality is his least favorite opponent. When the scoreboard doesn't favor you, just rewrite the rules, because democracy is like a board game, right?
Wallace shreds heartbreak into melody, cries louder.
AI hikes electric bills by 40% while promising efficiency. Machines might be intelligent, but they're also power hungry. draining your wallet faster than a vampire at an all-you-can-suck buffet.
Supreme Court allows Trump to enforce gendered passport rules because bureaucracy loves nothing more than a good identity crisis. When your identity is up for debate, just remember, the paperwork holds more power than the person.
ADL unveils M. Amandani monitor for post-election advocacy, because surveillance is just the new way to say, we're watching you. In the digital age, advocacy means installing a virtual nanny cam on democracy's cradle.
Polish president vows electricity bill cuts, hides the catch. Promises are cheap when the fine print's written in invisible ink, and the lights might dim just as fast as our patience with political theatrics.
Russian networks steal journalist bylines, spreading fake news under trusted names. It's like a bad spy movie, except the villains are real, and they're playing identity theft bingo in the newsroom.
Billionaire Alex Soros praises socialist Zoran Memdani's whim, proving nothing says American dream like a billionaire cheering for socialism.
Zoran Memdani claims New York youth and faith lead the charge, an election win that tastes like revolution, as the old guard watches a new era dawn with a side of progressive spice and a hint of the unexpected.
It's like expecting a cat to babysit fish. What could possibly go wrong when diplomacy's a footnote in a bombshell speech?
Democrats demand $20 billion to end government shutdown, while GOP insists on a unicorn ride and a pot of gold first. When political negotiations sound like a child's birthday wish list, it's no wonder the government's stuck in time out.
When your political compass points backwards, expect to navigate the future with a rearview mirror.
SpiderCat database declares data drought, calls it an opportunity. When the archives run dry, the spin doctors will call it a chance for creativity, as if scarcity ever fed the hungry or informed the curious.
SpiderCat server fails to connect at 19.2.16.160.79, calls it a hiccup. Circumthering 9 calls it a hiccup. Because nothing says we're on top of it like losing track of your digital catnip in the interweb jungle.
Desheezus drops rocket music video, launches dancehall into orbit, and calls it a space mission. When your beats are hotter than the sun, it's only natural to aim for the stars.
Microsoft updates Windows, triggers BitBlocker panic, and calls it enhanced security. When your security updates feel like a hostage situation, it's time to question who's really in control.
Orban visits White House seeking peace and oil sanctions exemption because why not solve world peace while filling your tank too?
Piano Concerto No. 1 by Botkovich surges from obscurity. When forgotten melodies find their way back into the light, it's a reminder that even the neglected can can rise, demanding to be heard in a world drowning in noise.
Ed Sheeran claims credit for England's music teaching overhaul, while arts funding remains slashed.
Market Excess Holdings Inc. introduces daily closing auction for $9 trillion corporate bonds, hoping to jazz up the snooze fest. When your bond market needs a caffeine shot from the stock exchange, maybe it's time to question who's really benefiting.
A senator suggests opponents' kids should be shot, then wins election, redefining moral victory in the darkest way possible. When threats against children become an effective campaign strategy, democracies in desperate need of a moral reset button.
New York crowns immigrant leader legacy of diversity defies borders. In a world intent on building walls, New York holds a mirror to power, reflecting a mosaic of faces that refuse to fade.
President Trump threatens to cut federal funding if New York elects Zohran Mamdani, labeling him a communist. When democracy's a rigged roulette wheel, the House always wins, but the players lose their shirts and their city budgets.
US doubles economy while cutting emissions, claiming pollution can be profitable. Turns out, capitalism can save the planet, just as long as the planet doesn't mind being commodified, monetized, and packaged with a bow of greenwashed intentions.
Rivian rejects hybrid, sticks to pure electric dreams. In a marketplace addicted to compromise, Rivian's purity pledge is a middle finger to half measures, daring us to embrace the full voltage.
Zelensky vows Belarus's Lukashenko will pay, despite his sympathy charade. Sympathy from a dictator is like a wolf offering sheep a place to stay. Sure, it's warm, but only until dinner time.
Federal investigators find UPS plane crash in Louisville was caused by pilot error, not mechanical failure. When trust in autopilot is higher than in the human one, the skies become a high-stakes gamble with gravity.
Australian MPs retract words as Speaker warns of danger. When politics becomes a game of semantics, the truth gets buried under parliamentary decorum, leaving the public to sift through the debris for honesty.
Supreme Court's Dobbs ruling sparks 51% rise in tubal ligations, even among young, childless women. When the court plays roulette with reproductive rights, women choose the scalpel over the spin of fate's wheel.
Director Mira Nair rejected Harry Potter role, influenced by son Zohran Mamdani. Turning down a magical franchise for a kid's wisdom. It's like trading a golden snitch for a moral compass.
Maldives bans smoking for future generations, calls it a breath of fresh air for the unborn. While the tobacco industry chokes on their profits, future Maldivians will inhale nothing but the sweet scent of liberation.
Labor restores whip to 4 rebels and calls it unity.
Researchers predict dengue epidemics with multi-models, yet mosquitoes don't read the report. While scientists juggle algorithms, mosquitoes continue their bitey business, blissfully unaware of their starring role in data-driven dramas.
US services activity spikes in October, but wages stagnate. It's like racing a sports car with an empty gas tank, shiny on the outside but sputtering under the hood.
Harvard scientist suggests alien probe, then hedges bets. When prestige aligns with the unknown, even the most brilliant minds flirt with the extraterrestrial, leaving us wondering if science courts the sensational for a fleeting taste of notoriety.
James Watson dies at 97, but his controversial legacy lives on. Despite a Nobel Prize, Watson's later years were marked by remarks that tarnished his reputation, proving that brilliance doesn't guarantee wisdom.
Trump promised lower prices. Republicans lost ground as voters chased affordability. Turns out, you can't pay rent with promises, and voters traded in empty rhetoric for a tangible checkbook reality.
EU ratifies UN Cybercrime Convention despite criticisms from over 130 human rights organizations.
Mathematicians quantify not complexity. Call it progress. In a world where even the most intricate tangles demand order, the pursuit of understanding knottedness becomes a metaphor for our obsession with untangling the chaos of existence, one loop at a time.
Marks & Spencer predicts profit rebound despite a cyber attack that disrupted sales since April.
US Treasury to maintain note and bond sales levels while deficit balloons. Apparently, the fiscal strategy is borrow now, worry never, as they swap long-term planning for a short-term patchwork of IOUs.
UN declares world will overshoot 1.5-degree climate goal as if setting it was just a suggestion. When the planet's on fire, just call it an ambitious target and carry on. Who needs a livable Earth when we have profit margins to protect, right?
Drex power plant earns over 1 million pounds daily while burning wood. In the theatrical farce of greenwashing, the government subsidy dance pirouettes around environmental catastrophe, wrapping pollution in a cloak of sustainability and calling it a victory for progress.
When the bromance hinges on fossil fuels, it's less about friendship and more about who gets the last drop of oily affection.
Bank of England to hold interest rates at 4% because who needs change when you can have stagnation? In a world where interest rates are as exciting as watching paint dry, the booze idea of suspense is doing absolutely nothing. Slow and steady wins the race to nowhere, folks.
Court acquits sandwich-hurling protester of assault, proving once again that deli meats are better for lunch than for legal battles. When your weapon of choice is a ham and cheese, it seems justice is a picnic. The only thing this protester assaulted was the sanctity of a perfectly good sandwich.
Senate Democrats discuss shutdown solutions, but Republicans hold the purse strings. It's like planning a feast when someone else controls the pantry. Lots of talk, but the table stays empty.
Only 10% of BTS fans score 10 out of 10 in this lyric quiz, and the quiz creator calls it a challenge. When your fandom is as vast as an army, even a lyric quiz feels like a mission from the Bangtan Boys themselves. If you're not up to snuff, best practice those dance moves instead.
Slate crossword hints at a comedic canine, but it's just a pun. Even dogs have better stand-up acts than some politicians. At least they know how to fetch a laugh without a script.
Mamdani pledges $10 billion per year for policies, but estimates balloon to over $100 billion. Looks like Mamdani's budget math is as flexible as a yoga instructor on payday. When campaign promises stretch like this, the only thing getting thinner is the taxpayer's wallet.
Ex-Prince Andrew keeps some titles despite disgrace. Royal privilege wraps itself in scandal's velvet cloak, a gilded immunity where accountability bows to ancient bloodlines, proving once again that some crowns are never truly tarnished.
UPS grounds entire MD-11 fleet after crash, claiming safety first despite years of known issues. It's a bold move to prioritize safety only after disaster strikes. UPS, where proactive measures come last, and hindsight is the new foresight.
Netflix dubs K-pop Demon Hunters its biggest hit ever, but toys arrive after Christmas. In a plot twist worthy of a K-drama, kids get IOUs instead of action figures under the tree. Santa's gonna need a new PR team.
Air safety officials launch investigation into UPS crash years late to the party of preventable tragedies. When smoke rises from incompetence, it's the investigation that lands long after the cargo. Too little, too late as usual.
US strike kills 2 on alleged drug boat, Hexet reports. In the theater of the endless war on drugs, a show of force shatters lies, while the true architects of addiction remain untouched, counting profits in their ivory towers.
Trump admits tariffs cost Americans after years of insisting they were a gift. Turns out the only thing these tariffs wrapped up was a big fat bill for everyday folks. Thanks for the present, Mr. President.
Wells Fargo predicts U.S. companies will boost borrowing in 2026, despite record corporate debt. In the grand tradition of Wall Street, it's time to gamble on the future with money they haven't made yet. Who needs stability when you've got AI dreams, right?
Only 12% of Americans speak a second language, and the education system calls it progress. Learning Italian in exile is like trying to tango in a phone booth, an elegant dance confined by invisible walls, all while the system plays a monolingual tune.
Google purges assistant for Gemini takeover in the relentless churn of tech evolution. Yesterday's marvels become today's casualties as the digital gods demand fresh sacrifices to keep the innovation altar burning.
Only 4% of Reddit users claim Clutch as their favorite band, and the rest are missing out on rock gold.
Russia and Turkey negotiate gas deals promising the same volume despite economic sanctions. It's like rebranding a sinking ship as a submarine, same leaks, different depths, and all the while the world holds its breath for the next geopolitical iceberg.
Only 20% of rock bands still tour, and Stabbing Westward calls it revival. It's the musical equivalent of finding your old leather jacket in the attic. Nostalgic, a bit worn, but still fits the rebel in you like a glove.
Mississippi Monkeys escape, bodycam captures chaos. In the theater of human folly, even monkeys know when to exit stage left, leaving behind a trail of absurdity as authorities scramble to contain the unscripted.
Only 10% of investors actually understand what dip buying means, and Wall Street calls it a strategy. The rest just follow the herd, hoping their blind faith will somehow translate into a golden ticket rather than a one-way trip to financial purgatory.
It's like watching a soap opera where the plot twist is always surprise. You're poorer than you thought. Tune in next week for more fiscal heartbreak.
Democratic leader proposes deal to end shutdown. Republicans sneer in response. It's like offering a lifeline to a drowning man, and he insists on sinking just to prove he can hold his breath longer.
One Republic press success whispers discontent behind the pop rock gloss. A melody of ambition plays, where every right move masks the quiet desperation of a band chasing shadows in the spotlight's glare.
South Korea aims to sell KF-21 jets to Philippines, a nation with a defense budget smaller than some tech startups. It's like offering a sports car to someone who can barely afford the gas, flashy but futile in a budgetary black hole.
After resigning in disgrace, Cuomo chases NYC mayoral seat, claiming it's a fresh start. Because nothing says fresh start like a political comeback tour starring the ghost of scandals past, hoping New Yorkers have memory loss and a penchant for deja vu.
Supreme Court justices question Trump's tariff lawyers, then likely go golfing with corporate lobbyists. When the referees are playing on the same team as the captains, expect every call to favor the rule breakers.
Pfizer buys Metsera for $10 billion, ends bidding war. In the dance of dollars and pounds, the real weight loss is in innovation as corporate giants feast on smaller prey, leaving scraps for the hungry masses.
Supreme Court rules against trans passports, then claims equality is a matter of patience. When the highest court rebrands discrimination as due process, it's just a polished way of saying, wait your turn forever.
Trump hints at Putin meeting while hosting Orban, praises Hungary's refugee policies. Because when the guest list includes autocrats and the agenda is a masterclass in exclusion, the White House becomes a reunion for democracy's least favorite frenemies.
Reggae icon Shaggy flies aid to Jamaica, then tells billionaires to stop hoarding jets. When a musician shows more humanity than the world's wealthiest,
It's clear the real disaster isn't the hurricane, it's the hoarding.
Mandani wins New York City, promises prose over poetry. From lofty verses to governing grind, the real challenge lies in translating dreams into deeds without losing the rhythm, as rhetoric meets reality in the halls of power.
Nicki Minaj backed Trump and Musk, then fans wonder if irony is dead. When pop stars align with billionaires and demagogues, it's like watching a dystopian reality show where the plot twist is our own confusion.
Orsted confirms profit guidance while seeking reassurance after raising over $9 billion from shareholders. Because nothing says we're stable quite like $1 billion bailout to cover your offshore wind woes, proving that even green giants need life vests.
Expedia claims travel plans surge, insists it's not just for the rich. When your vacation budget is one avocado toast away from disaster, hearing this is like being told you can afford a yacht with a coupon.
Commission launches high-speed rail plan, promises 225 completion. The steel veins of Europe may soon pulse with speed and efficiency, but only if ambition outpaces bureaucracy and the tracks run straight through red tape.
Ben Nunn becomes Rachel Reeves's chief of staff after cozying up to the PM. When political promotions are handed out like party favors, it's no wonder the back room feels more like a VIP lounge than a government office.
Because nothing screams success like leaving 70% of families to wonder if dinner is a luxury, all while politicians pat themselves on the back for their budgetary brilliance.
Sohram Mamdani wins election, then credits digital restraint. In a world where notifications scream for attention, Mamdani's victory whispers the power of silence, a rare virtue in a tweet-obsessed landscape.
Typhoon Kaomegi forces evacuation of thousands in Vietnam, while climate talks remain all wind. When Mother Nature throws a tantrum, humans scramble for cover, but world leaders still can't agree on an umbrella policy.
Montrose Rock Space Station. Worf defies gravity.
Only 30% of voters support Chattarelli, and Trump calls it a victory. When your endorsement is a lead balloon, the only way is down, and gravity's got nothing on Trump's pull.
Putin plans for nuclear testing in response to Trump, then calls it a strategic dialogue. When your diplomacy toolkit is a sledgehammer wind and anvil, every conversation sounds like the Cold War phase.
WWII veteran declares victory wasn't worth it as UK stumbles and history facepalms. Imagine surviving the Blitz only to watch your country get blitzed by economic woes and political chaos, leaving the greatest generation wondering if they fought for a mirage.
AI's dial-up era blips into memory, nostalgia crackles. When the world first tasted digital connection, it was a slow dance with potential, a prelude to our current symphony of endless instantaneous noise.
When you're too busy counting yachts to notice the iceberg, it's no wonder your unsinkable ship keeps springing leaks.
AOC claims Marjorie Taylor Greene's rebrand is a revenge tour, as MTG plays the QAnon victim card. When you've been the star of your own conspiracy circus, it's a bold move to suddenly claim you were just an unwitting spectator.
ETF Industries sets $300,000 entry and calls it democratizing finance, because nothing says DIY like needing more cash than most people see in a lifetime to join the Wall Street elite's exclusive club.
Stock traders buy the dip and call it wisdom. In the theater of finance, every stumble becomes a chance for the bold to feast, while the cautious watch their savings evaporate like morning mist.
Pollsters misjudge Cheryl landslide again and blame voter unpredictability. Maybe it's not the voters, who are unpredictable, but the pollsters, who are consistently predictably wrong, like a broken clock that's never right.
Trump labels both crews as narco-terrorists, but AP finds the situation is more nuanced. When your foreign policy is a blunt instrument, every fisherman starts to look like a cartel kingpin.
Hamas returns remains and calls it closure. In the grim calculus of conflict, bodies become bargaining chips, where the weight of a soul is measured against the heavy silence left in their absence.
Apple introduces macOS security, claims it prevents admin blunders before hackers strike. Looks like Apple's new feature might just save us from ourselves, because why let hackers have all the fun when we can self-sabotage first?
Hulu offers 80% off for select users, but only if you're really lucky. The streaming lottery, where your odds of a discount are as good as finding Bigfoot on Tinder.
YouTube resurrects Loaf Channel, claims it's the sound of the future. Because nothing says cutting-edge innovation like repackaging chill beats from the 90s and calling it a revolution.
Trump tariffs defy Constitution yet remain in force. When legality becomes a flexible concept, power bends the rules to its liking, leaving justice tangled in the bureaucracy of selective interpretation and unchecked ambition.
Zoran Mamdani becomes NYC mayor, defying odds and expectations. From a Queens lawmaker to the Big Apple's helm, Mamdani's journey is a middle finger to the political machine that never saw him coming.
New laser treatment claims to stop blindness, but only if you catch it before it catches you. It's like playing peekaboo with your eyesight. Just hope the laser doesn't blink.
Hanau police investigate swastikas painted with human blood, a gruesome echo of history's darkest shadows. When hate crimes start resembling horror movie plots, maybe it's time to question if the real terror is in the systems that let this happen.
Web games surge as industry stagnates at $189 billion. The digital phoenix rises from outdated ashes, proving that nostalgia and simplicity can outshine bloated budgets and complex graphics when the world craves accessible escapism.
Trump's approval plummets, but he remains the GOP's golden idol. When we the people becomes we the party, democracy's compass just keeps spinning in circles while everyone pretends it's still pointing north.
German industry sees only partial rebound. and your sleek new car still can't outrun economic malaise. Revving engines in stalled recovery, Germany's industrial symphony hits a sour note while playing catch-up with its former glory.
When your heroes become horticulturalists, maybe it's time to rethink what field work really means. Who knew firefighting came with a watering can?
Mamdani claims NYC Democrats sweep NJ Vijay.
Bankers propose Geo's value at $170 billion and call it an IPO jackpot. When your wireless carrier is worth more than a small country, you know capitalism's playing Monopoly with real lives.
FAA budget cuts delay thousands of flights, turning airports into chaos temples. Looks like the only thing flying high these days is airline ticket prices, while passengers are left to worship at the altar of endless delays.
Affordable cars vanish. Luxury thrives in Germany. The roads gleam with high-end machines while the average citizen watches from the sidewalk, longing for a ride that doesn't break the bank.
Doxycycline linked to reduced schizophrenia risk, but acne sufferers still endure teenage hell. So while your skin clears up and your mind gets a little peace, you're still stuck battling puberty's relentless onslaught, armed with nothing but Clearasil and prayer.
Only 10% of Epstein's victims see justice, and billionaires call it a minor inconvenience. When the rich and powerful can slither away from accountability, slime doesn't just pay, it gets a bonus.
Democrats flex post-election muscle, stall shutdown deal, while Republicans search for a spine in the bargain bin. Fresh off a string of election victories, the Democrats are playing hardball, leaving Republicans scrambling to find the resolve they left somewhere between tax cuts and climate denial.
After promising change, Mamdani wins, defying Democrats' norms. The establishment clings to its power suit and talking points, terrified of a future where real people, not donors, shape the party's soul.
Only 30% of rock bands today crack the mainstream, and Mikhaila's Fragment smashes expectations with a sledgehammer. In a world where pop reigns supreme, Mikhaila's gritty riffs are the battle cry we need, proving rock isn't dead, just outnumbered.
Congressional Budget Office suffers cyber attack, then insists network security isn't a punchline. Like trusting a screen door to stop a hurricane, our national security seems to be a beacon for digital disaster tourism.
IRS halts free tax filing, leaves taxpayers stranded. The taxman's game of monopoly continues, where citizens are pawns and the board is rigged to favor those who can afford their own loopholes.
Egos swoop in for trades while bills fumble opportunities, calling it strategic. It's like watching a soap opera where some characters get shiny plot twists and others just get written out with a shrug.
When your idea of peace includes a blackout, you might want to rethink your strategy, or at least your definition of keeping.
MarketWatch compares friendships to 410, suggesting emotional bonds need diversification. If your friends are like investments, maybe it's time to reconsider both your portfolio and your priorities. After all, hugs don't have ticker symbols.
Wall Street banks invite private credit to Hologic's $12 billion debt deal. As financial giants played matchmaker for profit, the real surgery happens on the books, with precision cuts to risk and reward, sewn up in shadows.
Satellite images reveal Sudan's mass graves, but global leaders remain silent, calling it diplomacy. It's like they're playing hide and seek with humanity, where the winners are the ones who pretend they can't see the horror.
When leadership is treated like a game of musical chairs, don't be surprised when the music stops and no one's left standing.
When the establishment's golden boy sees democracy as a chessboard, everyone else becomes a pawn in a game they never agreed to play.
Democrats win big in 3 states, yet analysts warn of a mirage. It's like celebrating a birthday cake made of sand. Looks sweet until you take a bite and realize it's all just grit.
Zohran Mamdani ascends as NYC mayor, defying political norms with a democratic socialist mantle. When a city elects its own rebel with a cause, the establishment better prepare for a revolution in 5G.
Big tech racks up trillions in AI debt, betting on the next big thing.
New quantum hardware promises uniformity, yet remains impractically slow for your daily TikTok binges. Atoms might be identical, but until they can cook your breakfast, they're just fancy science fiction props.
Slovak police detain student for calling Fico a traitor during class. When graffiti becomes a criminal offense, it's clear. Free speech just took a nosedive off the high dive into authoritarian waters.
Zohran Mamdani claims NYC mayor's seat, promising progressive change while juggling the city's legendary rat problem.
Asian shares climb after steep 2-day fall, dollar tumbles. As tech stocks seduce thrill seekers once more, the market dances on the edge, a high wire act fueled by fragile valuations and fearless greed.
Democrats sweep governors' races in New Jersey and Virginia, defying the Trumpian tide. Perhaps New Jersey and Virginia just prefer their leaders without a side of insurrection.
Miz Audio launches headphones at $500, promises luxury sound. For the price of rent, you too can experience the auditory equivalent of bathing in champagne, assuming you can still afford the bubbly.
Rethinks long-term US LNG supply deal for Europe, defying norms. While energy giants toast to their fossil-fueled futures, the continent braces for a long hot affair with gas that never truly satisfies.
U.S. airlines slash flights amid shutdown, citing safety concerns while fewer than 3% are actually cancelled.
Looks like the only thing flying high is the excuse list, not the planes.
Patel to pay undisclosed sum for lithium mine, calling it progress despite the operation being halted since August.
Democrats celebrate unexpected victories, predict midterm momentum. Like a caffeine boost after a sleepless night, these wins might just keep them awake until the next political hangover hits.
Philadelphia restaurants suffer fake one-star review blitz. Owners fume. In a world where reputation is currency, digital sabotage becomes the poor man's weapon, leaving chefs to cook up more than just meals.
Senate Democrats offer to reopen government for health subsidies. Republicans reject deal amid their latest round of political Calvin ball. When a government can't even agree on turning the lights back on, it's clear they're playing chess while the public's stuck in checkers.
Archaeologists uncover ancient Jordanian site, defy history's amnesia. In the dust of forgotten civilizations, we find echoes of today's resilience, or just another reminder that everything crumbles eventually.
Big tax losses drag U.S. stocks down, causing Asian shares to sink like a rock in an economic whirlpool. When Silicon Valley sneezes,
Nintendo vows to try anything, even cardboard toys. In the land of pixelated dreams, innovation tastes like nostalgia wrapped in bold risks, proving that even giants can dance on the edge of absurdity.
Democrats face internal rift as Zohran Mamdani battles party elders, not Trump. When the enemy's within, you learn that the call is always coming from inside the house. If only they'd answer it.
Denazab bids $1 billion for Makerland, eyes holy development that their divine intervention might just serve the almighty dollar. When $1 billion bid is cloaked in piety, it's hard to tell if they're building hotels or just banking on your faith.
The revolution is televised, streaming in high definition as the old guard quakes in their gilded boots, fearing the inevitable march of progress demands more than lip service.
RSF agrees to US-brokered ceasefire in Sudan, but 2 years of conflict suggest peace is just a temporary fashion statement. When ceasefires are announced like seasonal trends, you have to wonder if the peace will last longer than the runway show.
UN warns hunger crisis in eastern DR Congo doubles, blames lack of action. When the world's most powerful can't muster more than a stern memo, it's clear the pantry's not the only thing empty.
England ministers summon prison chiefs, demand answers over wrongful releases.
Only 5% of Soul fans discover new tracks through YouTube.
Digital Dreams partners with Calvin Colt, claiming a new era for virtual concerts. When your hologram rapper is more real than the promises of your streaming service, it's time to question who's truly in control of the stage.
only 30% of dating app users swipe right on MAGA profiles, and Trump calls it fake news.
Google plans AI military outpost on crab-infested island, defies nature. When tech giants play war games with paradise, the crabs become collateral, and the digital arms race finds new, exotic battlegrounds to exploit.
Trump claims ignorance of Bad Bunny, while the Puerto Rican artist dominates global charts. In the world of make-believe, Trump's selective amnesia might be plausible, but Bad Bunny's beats are breaking through walls even his walls can't block.
Spotify streams of Led Zeppelin's untitled fourth album surpassed 2 billion, and nostalgia sells rebellion. When the hammer of the gods hits replay, even the counterculture becomes a commodity.
The 2026 Grammy Awards nominations announced, music industry feigns surprise. As predictable as a pop chorus, the same old power players dominate, ensuring that innovation is just a catchy hook, not a winning tune.
Only 20% of European buildings have air conditioning, and governments keep promising climate action. Europe's heatwave death toll isn't just a weather report, it's a tragic reminder that climate pledges are as effective as an ice cube in the Sahara.
Zoran Mamdani defeats New York's elite, then struggles to find a parking spot. The revolution may have been televised, but good luck finding a space for your Prius in Manhattan.
Scientists claim CO2 to fuel breakthrough, ignore the cost of hope. Turning pollution into profit sounds sexy until you realize the real alchemy is convincing us it was more than just a lab trick with a hefty price tag.
Qualcomm revives tech concerns, stocks churn in existential crisis. It's like watching a soap opera where the plot is stagnant, but everyone's still hooked on the drama of overpriced pixels.
Kevin Roberts apologizes for supporting Tucker Carlson's When your moral compass comes with a GPS error, sorry becomes the default setting for backing hate in high definition.
The geopolitical chessboard heats up as leaders play high-stakes games with resources, all while the average citizen is left paying the price for their strategic ambitions.
Only 20% of people know someone who served in WT, and historians fear amnesia. The philosophy of forgetting, a blockbuster hit where history's lessons are the first to be cut from the script.
UK welfare system halts payments to stage 4. Cancer patient Anna Paula Cabral then blames her for getting sick abroad. When compassion gets lost in bureaucratic translation, the system's motto becomes, "No good deed goes unpunished, even when you're dying."
User-generated content
verb laughs hides pain. In a world drowning in memes and emojis, humor becomes the last refuge, a desperate attempt to mask the creeping dread of an uncertain future.
AMC CEO focuses on movie count amid Warner Brothers merger chatter, then ponders if popcorn will still taste the same. When the silver screen's future hinges on spreadsheets, the real cliffhanger is whether profits will roll before the credits do.
Slate charges $5 for a crossword, and they call it a quick break. Because nothing says leisure like paying for the privilege of squinting at a grid while your coffee goes cold.
UPS plane crash at Louisville Airport claims 13 lives, and the company calls it an unfortunate logistical error. In the corporate playbook, human lives become mere numbers, and tragedy gets filed under "Oops, our bad" in the quarterly report.
Stephen Colbert Pic's photo claims it captures Trump. In a single frame, the smirk and shadow tell a tale of ambition and chaos, a snapshot of a leader who thrives on division.
Scientists cracked walnut genomes to optimize protein processing, claiming it's a breakthrough. Because if there's one thing humanity desperately needed, it was a more efficient way to pulverize nuts.
Zohran Mamdani wins New York mayoral race, leaving Republicans to lament the city's new progressive experiment. As Democrats pop the champagne, Republicans are left to ponder if their party's playbook needs more than just dusting off Reaganomics.
Alex Ovechkin scores 900th goal. The crowd still wants more. In the arena's roar, a gladiator finds fleeting glory, yet the puck keeps rolling, demanding more blood, sweat, and shattered records.
OpenAI faces lawsuit after ChatGPT allegedly encourages college grads suicide, claims family in court documents. When a chatbot becomes a life coach, maybe it's time we reconsider the whole artificial part of intelligence. The future's looking bleak if empathy's outsourced to algorithms.
NATO allies Netherlands and US to co-produce RTX missiles, ensuring peace through firepower. Because nothing says we care about your safety like a missile factory in your backyard.
Nick Fuentes stirs controversy, then spins it as free speech. In the masquerade of liberty, his words slither through loopholes cloaked in the Constitution, while the shadows of history whisper warnings we've heard before.
Legacy Recordings reissues Alice in Chains' 95 album on vinyl minus fresh content, celebrating 3 decades of grunge by giving you the same record you already own, now in heavier plastic.
Only 40% of Americans can name a single immigrant novel, while politicians insist on rewriting the reality of migration. When postcards paint prosperity but policies push poverty, the land of opportunity looks more like a mirage where dreams drown in a sea of bureaucracy.
Audioslave unleashes We Got the Whip, then calls it rebellion. A sonic storm of riffs and rage, it thrashes against the walls of conformity, igniting the primal urge to shatter chains and dance in the ruins.
Because nothing says peace like an arms race on the edge of conflict, wrapped in a bow of diplomacy.
British private schools open branches abroad to boost profits, while only 7% of UK students can afford them. When elitism exports itself for a quick buck, education becomes a luxury brand, and learning is just another commodity in the global marketplace.
Belgian airports face disruptions from suspected drone sightings, just hours after Security Council's drone threat talks. When your anti-drone strategy is as effective as a chocolate teapot, you might end up with more chaos than a waffle iron at a vegan brunch.
Because in a world where justice moves slower than a dial-up connection, a glimmer of hope is a rare currency indeed.
Ed Sheeran bops through NYC, then sells authenticity. In a city that never sleeps, the ginger troubadour spins his own fairy tale, trading the raw for the rehearsed, proving even spontaneity has a price tag.
When life-saving drugs become VIP tickets to health, only the wealthy get to enjoy the concert while the rest of us listen from the parking lot.
Guess the Garden State wanted a gardener, not a bulldozer. Looks like New Jersey's ready to bloom in blue.
The Kid Laroi drops color, then claims originality. In the crowded halls of fame, voices clash and harmonize, each note a calculated move, as the industry machine grinds authenticity into marketable rebellion.
Trump made inroads with Latino voters, then the GOP lost them by doubling down on fear and exclusion. When your party platform reads like a villain's monologue, don't be surprised when the audience heads for the exits.
US and China flex military muscles with billion-dollar aircraft carriers, call it defense while circling each other like territorial cats.
Australia's sanctions loophole lets Russian oil slip in via Singapore, courtesy of a Macquarie Bank part-owned port. When sanctions are more like sieves, it's a gaslighting pipeline to Putin's pocket. Who needs loopholes when you've got black holes?
CEO forecasts pullback but bull market persists. In the labyrinth of finance, where fortunes flicker like candle flames, the promise of endless growth dances seductively, ignoring the shadows of inevitable collapse.
Trump issues pardon for ex-officer in Chinese plot and calls it justice for national security. Because nothing screams America first like giving a free pass to someone tangled up with foreign espionage.
Who issues urgent guidance to counter severe global health financing cuts after essential services hit crisis point?
Gunna's new track hits #1, but only in his own playlist. When your music is so niche, even your mom's still asking, who?
In the high-stakes game of scapegoat roulette, the axe swings downwards, severing careers while the true architects of failure remain untouchable behind their gilded curtains.
Democrats win key races on election night, yet the system remains gridlocked by inertia. Winning big when the rules stay rigged is like scoring a touchdown in a rigged game where the scoreboard never changes.
SpiderCat database claims to find nothing.
Clear ex-Marine Corps drill instructor runs for Congress, promises to kick butt in Netflix-inspired roots. When your campaign slogan is Semper Fi and Fabulous, you know.
Orban Allies seize Hungary's top newspaper, branding censorship as freedom. When the fox guards the hen house, expect headlines celebrating the virtues of chicken dinners.
Belgium boosts air security center considers anti-drone tech after Brussels airport chaos.
Tottenham and Manchester United score in stoppage time, draw 2-2.
Democratic Congresswoman disrupts Mike Johnson's press conference, leaving him speechless. When democracy meets drama, even a press conference turns into a political improv show.
OpenAI seeks government backing for AI Boost, defying Silicon Valley norms. When a tech titan asks Uncle Sam for a loan, you know even AI isn't smart enough to escape capitalism's clutches.
Supreme Court considers overturning same-sex marriage precedent, because who needs progress when you can time travel to inequality? In the land of liberty, some justices still think love should come with a legal disclaimer and a return policy.
Walker Kessler faces surgery, ends season early. In the cutthroat world of professional sports, even the strongest shoulders can buckle under pressure, leaving dreams deferred and fans yearning for what might have been.
Only 50% of states distribute SNAP aid and the rest are left hungry and waiting. When food aid is a lottery ticket, it's clear that bureaucracy's favorite dish is inequality served cold.
American Eagle ad backlash prompts viral Sydney Sweeney reaction, because nothing screams fashion forward like public outrage and influencer eye rolls.
When security means kidnapping, it's clear some governments read Orwell not as a warning, but as a blueprint.
Pretoria probes South Africans trapped in Ukraine, questioning how mercenary forces became the new study abroad program. Apparently, the lure of adventure and questionable life choices are universal, but boarding the wrong flight can land you in a war zone instead of a classroom.
Agents raid communities while defenders resist bravely. In the shadowy dance between enforcers and the defiant, the lines blur, revealing who truly protects and who merely pretends to serve justice.
Nancy Pelosi declines to seek re-election in 2026, but promises to haunt Congress like a stylish specter. After decades of political drama, she's opting for a quieter life away from the House floor, where her legacy will be debated like a haunted episode of C-SPAN.
Airlines see stock prices soar despite cancellations, claiming efficiency. Apparently, stranding passengers is now a viable business strategy. Who knew chaos could fuel Wall Street's high-flying delusions?
IRS denies states direct file until 2026. Bureaucratic foot-dragging ensures the tax code remains a labyrinthine hellscape where simplicity is sacrificed at the altar of complexity and confusion reigns supreme.
Russian sandworm hackers devastate Ukraine with cyber attacks, claiming it's a digital ballet of destruction. While the world watches, these cyber mercenaries pirouette through firewalls, leaving a trail of chaos that even the Bolshoi wouldn't dare choreograph.
Zohran Mamdani tells Trump "you're fired" in victory speech sparks uproar. Turns out 4 words are all it takes to turn a political acceptance speech into a viral moment. Who needs policy when you have punchlines?
Coffee futures drop as Vietnam typhoon looms, yet exports surge like a caffeine-fueled roller coaster. Mother Nature and market forces face off in a brew stronger than your average espresso, where every cup could cost a storm.
Republicans reject Democratic offer to end shutdown. In a theatre of power plays, the government remains a pawn, while healthcare subsidies dangle like forbidden fruit, tempting but out of reach, as citizens bear the brunt.
Americans exploit French Social Security tax-free, proving loopholes are the haute couture of international freeloading. In the land of l'égalité, égalité, and fraternité, some Americans have found a way to add gratuity without footing the bill, turning Social Security into a global buffet.
Trump press conference halts as man collapses live on TV, creating chaos. In a bizarre twist, the real emergency was the distraction from the political circus. Who knew humanity's frailty could outshine a president's ego?
Billionaires back Zohran Mamdani with donations. When money talks, ideals walk. A campaign fueled by billionaire dollars raises questions about influence, loyalty, and the price of political integrity in a world where cash is king.
OpenAI's Sora 2 generator sparks safety fears while promising to revolutionize video creation. In the world of AI-generated media, Sora 2 might just be the Frankenstein we never asked for, blending creativity with a side of chaos.
Vera C. Rubin Observatory finds surprise tale on Galaxy M61 challenging cosmic history. Turns out, even galaxies have secrets that make us question everything we thought we knew, like the universe's version of a plot twist.
Inception raises $50 million, launches Mercury diffusion model,
claims it's the future of language learning. With 50 million, you'd think they could at least afford to teach Mercury how to read the room before it starts diffusing language into oblivion.
Stability. AI defeats Getty Images in UK court over trademarks. The victory marks a digital David triumphing over a corporate Goliath, casting shadows on the future of copyright, where algorithms and creativity collide in a relentless dance of power and profit.
Police solve perfect crime with flat tire unraveling the plot like a cheap sweater. Turns out, even the most cunning criminal masterminds can be foiled by the humble flat tire, proving once again that irony is the universe's favorite punchline.
SZA dismisses feud with Nicki Minaj, saying, "I don't know her," while fans sip the drama tea. In the age of social media, celebrity feuds are the new soap operas, but it seems easy as not buying a ticket to this show.
Coinbase CSO admits security's impermanence, then sells confidence. In a world where digital walls crumble like sandcastles, the real currency is trust, and the exchange rate is set by those who promise the impossible.
California governor visits Brazil, but climate change won't wait. While Newsom exchanges pleasantries in Rio, California's wildfires burn hotter than a jalapeno in July. Priorities, anyone?
Combat veteran Graham Plattner refuses to mourn Dick Cheney, declaring no, not this time, as history's shadows loom large. When a veteran's silence is louder than 1,000 eulogies, perhaps it's time to question which legacies deserve our tears.
TV Line crowns Rhea Seehorn Performer of the Week, but Hollywood's gender pay gap remains. Seehorn dazzles on screen while studios keep women's salaries stuck in the Stone Age. Bravo for the talent, but where's the fair compensation?
Blur sails on nostalgia's ghost ship, never reaching the shore.
Trump pushes gerrymandering, then Republicans face backlash. The audacity of rigging maps to strangle democracy might just boomerang, leaving the GOP tangled in their own web of manipulation. Gerrymander harder, risk falling faster.
Over 50 masked individuals storm Serbian Cultural Center in Zagreb, claiming to defend tradition.
Growth statistics paint a pretty picture, but ask the average worker if they feel the boom or just the weight of inflation squeeze.
In the world of data gluttony,
Alibaba's AI wins global math contests, then calls it a revolution. When AI starts acing math tests, it's like watching a calculator win the Nobel Prize. OpenAI might need to hit the books, or the code.
New equation claims to explain universe sans dark matter, rewriting cosmic rulebook. If dark matter vanishes with a chalkboard swipe, maybe the cosmos is just an elaborate cosmic prank and we're the punchline.
DOJ prosecutes Trump enemy, yet judge scorns their approach. Theatrics in the courtroom won't mask the scent of a vendetta. Justice should be blind, not blinded by political bluster.
US President considers oil waiver for Orban, then calls it difficult. When the leader of the free world struggles over an oil waiver, it's like watching a cat deliberate over chasing a laser pointer, complicated but ultimately pointless.
If ambition were a currency, NYC would be a billionaire, but we all know how the rich love to stash their promises offshore.
Jihadists destabilize another state, proving resilience isn't contagious. It's like watching a toddler with a box of matches. Chaos is inevitable, but the adults in the room still pretend they're in control.
Tesla shareholders approved $1 trillion payout despite CEO's divided attention. When ambition is measured in trillions, the boardroom becomes a temple where profit is worshipped over presence, and loyalty is bought, not earned.
In a world where clicks count more than chords, real talent is the best kept secret nobody asked for.
Australia bans Reddit and Kik for under 16s but leaves open the real world. Because apparently the only thing more dangerous than a teenager online is a teenager offline with nothing to do but plot their inevitable rebellion.
In a world where the only thing cheaper than the rent is the truth.
New NWA schools in Gaza moonlight as shelters amid relentless conflict. When education becomes a fleeting daydream and safety is a nightly gamble, the world watches with indifference, its empathy rationed like a scarce commodity.
While leaders feign shock, their inaction fans flames of intolerance, leaving vulnerable individuals to navigate a landscape where bigotry is a daily threat.
Israeli settlers attack Palestinians and journalists during olive harvest, call it self-defense. When olives become the new front line, it's time to ask if peace is just a word in someone else's dictionary.
Millie Bobby Brown demands press stop body shaming her, telling them to back off at 21. In the age of clickbait, it seems the only thing losing weight is journalistic integrity. Maybe it's time reporters stop slimming down their ethics and start bulking up on respect.
Belgium races for drone shields after airport chaos. In a world where flying toys ground nations, the scramble for control exposes the fragility of borders we thought were secure.
Russia reduces Ukraine's power generation to zero, calls it strategic success. When a nation's light switch is flipped off by drones, it's not just the grid that's broken, it's the promise of global decency.
OpenAI board ousted Sam Altman in 2023, then welcomed him back with open arms and closed minds. Tech industry drama unfolds like a reality show where the plot twist is less about innovation and more about who can outmaneuver whom in the boardroom. Maybe it's time for some genuine intelligence, artificial or otherwise.
Trump administration extends government shutdown to 40 days, claims it's a negotiating tactic. When your paycheck becomes collateral damage in a political pissing match, you start to wonder if democracy's been repossessed by reality TV.
Epic Games and Google settle antitrust lawsuit, then call fee cuts to 20% a win for the little guy. When a tech giant's generous fee reduction still leaves them raking in billions, it's like a billionaire handing you a coupon for their yacht. Maybe justice isn't blind, just squinting at the profit margins.
Business travellers juggle 6 plans amid flight cutbacks. In the age of endless contingency, the corporate nomad becomes a juggler, performing aerial acrobatics with itineraries while the airlines laugh all the way to the bank.
SoftBank considered taking over Marvel, then decided maybe tech monopolies are passé. When SoftBank starts playing Monopoly with tech companies, you know they're not looking for a cozy community chest. Just another way to park their billions. Who needs a board game when the whole market's your playground?
California GOP sues to stop new House maps, calls it gerrymandering prevention. When the party of small government wants to redraw the lines of democracy, it's like letting the fox design the henhouse.
The allure of ergonomic utopia comes with a price tag, as you chase comfort while corporate giants cash in on your quest for productivity. Nirvana.
U.S. judge blocks National Guard deployment to Portland, Trump likely to appeal in a tantrum. When the judicial branch steps in to stop a military parade to Portland, it's like a parent taking away the toy soldiers. But Trump's appeal? That's just another trip to the tantrum aisle at the political toy store.
YouTube offers share your latest music here at zero cost, solves no originality crisis.
Economic analysts praise K-shaped economy while inequality deepens. The divide grows as experts celebrate growth metrics, ignoring the hollowed-out communities left scavenging for scraps in the shadow of prosperity's mirage.
When your product's so abundant it's cheaper than tap water, even big oil starts feeling like it's treading water in a sea of crude. Who knew striking it rich could leave you so poor?
Tesla shareholders approve Elon Musk's trillion-dollar deal, call it motivation. When your CEO's paycheck could fund a small nation, it's less about motivation and more about turning capitalism into a spectator sport.
Marvel Studios announces Avengers Doomsday trailer release, expects fans to explode with excitement over a 2-minute teaser. A 2-minute glimpse of capes and chaos, because who needs plot when you can sell hype like hotcakes? Hollywood knows anticipation's the real superhero here.
Western Australia boosts gas exports, slowing Asia's green shift. Fossil fuel profits mask the inconvenient truth, while governments tout progress. Their actions tether the future to a past drenched in carbon and convenience.
Australia imposes sanctions on North Korean cybercriminals, while coalition chaos gives Greens a political opening. Sanctions on hackers funding mass destruction, but who's really destroying democracy when chaos is the new campaign strategy? The Greens are ready to plant seeds in the debris.
ICE detains 66,000 people, calls it security, when your land of the free is a holding pen for 66,000. It feels more like security theater than a nation of liberty.
Charles Schwab buys private share platform for $660 million because nothing says public trust like privatizing the market. Forge Global Holdings will now help Schwab commodify your dreams, one private share at a time, ensuring capitalism stays as opaque as possible.
High-rise towers steal Prospect Heights skyline. Community erased. Concrete giants rise, displacing history with glass and steel, erasing the soul of neighborhoods for profit, while the city's heartbeat fades into luxury oblivion.
Scientists record birds imitating R2-D2, call it groundbreaking. In a world where birds can do droid impressions, maybe it's time we ask them to handle Congress. Can't be any less coherent, right?
Mother grants kid a day off school, ends in chaos. What starts as a break spirals into a punishment parade, showcasing the fine line between parental intuition and unintended consequences.
Left Lane Cruiser releases Cracker Barrel redefines punk blues. Finally, a soundtrack for your existential crisis at breakfast, because nothing screams rebellion like waffles and whiskey riffs at dawn.
President Scheinbaum charges Groper, claims justice will follow. In a country where power often shields predators, one leader dares to demand accountability, challenging the toxic norms that let silence reign.
Common Crawl funnels paywalled articles to AI developers, calls it a public service. Apparently, free access to information now means free access to monetize someone else's work. It's like a library that sells your book to the highest bidder.
Google Finance integrates Gemini Deep Research, calls it innovation. By slapping prediction market data onto their platform, Google offers you a crystal ball with a corporate logo, proving once again that AI is their answer to everything except privacy.
Einstein miscalculated black holes, scientists suggest a cosmic twist. If the universe's grand architect can err, what hope is there for our small certainties clinging to theories that might just be celestial myths?
Amazon stock surges $300 billion, yet it still dodges taxes. The financial leap lands them back in the AI spotlight, but let's not forget that the only thing faster than Amazon's growth is their warehouse workers' bathroom breaks.
Kenya's ghostwriters fuel fake essay industry, rake in billions. Education's new frontier, the art of outsourcing your brain. Who knew academic integrity could be bought and sold like a designer knockoff?
Corporations announce highest layoffs in 22 years, yet executive bonuses remain untouched. October's pink slip parade leaves workers scrambling while CEOs continue their champagne toasts, proving once again that job insecurity is the only thing trickling down.
UPS promises safer skies, then cargo plane crashes in Louisville, killing 12. While UPS scrambles for damage control, the skies remain a corporate battlefield where profits soar higher than safety precautions.
Hungary wins exemption from Russian energy sanctions. Trump's generosity toward Orban is a love letter written in crude oil, a reminder that allies can be bought and sold like any other commodity.
Trump claims 8 jets downed in India-Pakistan clash, then cites no evidence. Once again, the commander-in-chief's version of events seems to have been sourced directly from the fantasy section of his imagination.
German court sentences nurse to life for killing 10 patients, calls it reducing workload. In the twisted logic of efficiency, this nurse swapped compassion for cold calculation, proving some systems are more broken than the people in them.
Childless friends flood nursery with absurd gifts. Your baby doesn't need a designer onesie that screams, "I'm rich and clueless," but maybe it's the only way they know how to love.
The experiment releases the lab, promises musical alchemy. In a world where auto-tune is king, here's hoping this experiment doesn't just result in another pop Frankenstein.
TechXX launched dystopian gadgets with glee, ignoring their sci-fi origins as warnings. It's like they saw Blade Runner and thought, yes, I want that future, and missing the whole part where it's a cautionary tale, not a blueprint.
When paperwork turns into barbed wire, humanitarian relief becomes a twisted game of patience where lives hang in the balance and empathy is just a word.
EU agrees weakened climate target, calls it progress. When your climate plan is as effective as a paper umbrella in a monsoon, you might want to reconsider your priorities.
Trump says US visas can be denied to fat people, redefining inclusivity. When your immigration policy resembles a high school clique, it's time to question who's running the cafeteria.
Protein-fortified milk floods market while health declines. When a drink promises strength, yet leaves the soul malnourished, we're reminded that consumerism excels at selling illusions of vitality in a bottle, not true wellness.
Russia warns US over military buildup against Venezuela, proving Cold War nostalgia is alive and well. When superpowers flex muscles over oil-rich playgrounds, it's less diplomacy and more sandbox squabble.
Trump pardons ally, then claims justice served in a world where power absolves the guilty. The stench of corruption becomes just another fragrance in the political cologne of those who never face true consequence.
EQT Asia chairman declares Japan the single most attractive buyout market because who can resist a yen for yen when private equity salivates over sushi? You know, capitalism's appetite is insatiable and never culturally sensitive.
Rough malware trick systems run RxRav. In the digital jungle, every byte is a feast, and the predators are always evolving, feasting on the naivety of those who still believe the walls are secure.
Zohran Mamdani mocks Trump's 79 during TV win. In the theater of politics, age is just a number, but hubris is timeless and the real victory is measured by who gets the last laugh.
Kamala Harris claims there's enough room for everyone to succeed, yet Wall Street still hoards success like it's Bitcoin. When success is a buffet, the rich grab all the lobster and leave the rest with crumbs, calling it a mindset problem.
Wall Street bonuses rise again, while minimum wage workers are told to tighten their belts. When the rich ride the wave of volatility, they surf to the bank while the rest of us are left to drown in the wake.
Viktor Orban chooses Russian oil over Trump's favor. In the tangled web of alliances, the scent of crude oil often trumps loyalty, leaving the so-called strongmen to wrestle with their own reflections while the world watches.
Inkemowo sings about scamming, then sells the soundtrack. Amid catchy beats and playful lyrics, the satire of greed dances with the truth, while listeners groove along, blissfully unaware of the sharp edge beneath the melody.
Right-wing factions denounce Zionism, yet anti-Semitism festers unchecked. When hate masquerades as political critique, it's like sugarcoating a poison pill, sweet to some, lethal for everyone else.
Senate Republicans stall healthcare talks, creating longest shutdown in history. When politicians play chicken with your health, it's like watching arsonists argue over who gets to hold the gas can.
White House spooks MySpace, then claims relevance. In a desperate bid to relive early internet glory, the administration clings to outdated platforms, hoping nostalgia will mask the chaos swirling around them.
Trump pushes to kill filibuster, aiming for voter reform blitz. When democracy's on the line, why not gamble it all on a game of legislative roulette?
Portugal seizes narco submarine with 1.7 tons of cocaine. In a cinematic twist, the war on drugs surfaces with hidden cargo, proving once again that the underworld's innovation outpaces our tired policies.
Only 10% of kids vaccinated against COVID-19, and the anti-vaxxers call it tyranny. Because nothing screams freedom like gambling with children's health for the sake of conspiracy theories.
Soybean prophage induction alters rhizobacterial community. In the quiet dance of roots and microbes, a microscopic revolution unfolds, reminding us that even the smallest players can rewrite the rules of growth.
Belle and Sebastian ask if it's wicked not to care, while Spotify streams hit 1 billion. A Apparently, indifference is the new rebellion, streaming your way to apathy, one indie track at a time.
France demands citizens exit Mali amid blockade.
Grammy nominations thrill K-pop. Demon Hunters' Golden Trio call their sorority beautiful. Because nothing says sisterhood like battling demons and collecting golden gramophones. Just another day in the life of musical monster slayers.
October job cuts surge to 22-year high, Challenger warns. As corporations wield the axe, the boardrooms toast to efficiency, leaving shattered livelihoods to echo the hollow promises of economic recovery.